Hello.
Oh, hello. Hi there. Now it's working. How's it going? Hi there. Hello, Miss World. Miss World, I stole your message for the going live notif on Discord. I hope you saw it and were mad about me stealing it. Hello, Noah. Hello, Rosary Girl. Hello, Fank. Hello, Dewey. Hello, Devon. Listen, lots to do, lots to talk about, lots of hanging out, lots of chilling, lots of gaming. Bingo VIPs today. We'll just do today. That bingo board's probably been around for a little while, I would assume. Probably long enough, I'd say. I'd say so. Cedar Point's covered up in smoke. Rest in peace. There's wildfires in Michigan. Is that true? Do wildfires happen in Michigan? Is that true? Look amazing day, big dog. Thank you, Jerk, for Kirk 6-7. I appreciate it. Minnesota, we're just getting all the smoke. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? How is, like, Detroit is catching on fire? Like, did Eminem put out another garbage album? That's why it's on fire? The fires are in Canada. Dude, Jerk for Kirk came in on the raid a couple weeks ago. And it's been stuck in my brain since. On that Monday, so the smoke clears everyone out. Yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. What up, Spark? Just got 3 of the same Spider-Man trailer in a row before I could watch the stream. Hell yeah. Listen, guys, a lot of good stuff. Cam is petrified. Fires in Canada. Michigan already has the smoke. We're supposed to get it though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Usually it comes down through Ohio and whatnot. I'm Unforgettable. Is that good or no? It's a great thing. I mean, genuinely one of the funniest usernames that's ever passed through our channel here. Wait, is this me fucking freestyling? Is this clip me freestyling? I think this is me freestyling. The 6-7's the cherry on top. He sung this song just for me. Oh, is this me rapping like Eminem?
God, Miss Piggy.
Once I was afraid, I was petrified. Once I was Charlie Kirk, I was petrified. I went to the Utah campus and I went to debate some guy. It did not go very well because they sniped me in the neck. It was the left. And then they shot me cold and dead. Now I go back to the hospital and I'm not making it back and they are carrying my flame. Yo, I'm funny as fuck. Are you kidding me? Source tells me he's stable. God is good, man. If you is this on Spotify? Dude, I fucking wish. Listen, if you jerk hard enough, he'll come back. Air quality has got almost up to 800 or 500 for a while. It's been 300 since sometime this morning. Listen, I'll go outside anyways. So good luck. Good luck. We are Charlie Kirk. Speaking of, guys. Speaking of, have y'all seen? Have y'all seen? Arby's is in China? Hang on. What? Oh my gosh! Arby's is in China.
For 13 months.
冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情就比冰淇淋速度与激情就我最喜欢。早上好，
Congratulations on being in China. You're gonna get to see their cool technology and their cool cars. Trying to keep my asthmatic granddaughter in the damn house the child lives outside. Oh no. Yeah, unfortunately you're gonna have to lean on the iPad in that situation. Hey Venom. I never want to let the Beyblade let it rip. Yeah, let me show you guys the bingo VIPs that are about to happen here. Fanks got this here. Listen, if you guys want VIP, you just gotta play bingo. Alright, we play bingo all the time. This is what we got here, the top 5 bingo players that matter. Hey, Spartan. These guys are about to get VIP, by the way. Lemon, Miss World, and Mr. Fank don't count. They're mods. Venom, Devin doesn't count. Dewey, Funk Off Me, and Real Hazer Girl are the bingos. Is this gambling supported? Yeah, absolutely. This stream is supported by RainBet. Those are our 5 VIPs for the month here. You'll have a chance to get that yourself here soon. Been traveling across the country visiting suppliers, some epic manufacturing plants. Hell yeah. Non-stop spectacular food. Amazing. Amazing. Look, we're international, guys. We're international. Have you guys seen that the Department of Defense is putting all of our God-blessed soldiers on testosterone replacement therapy or hormone replacement therapy? I mean, that's quite frankly the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. I cannot believe Pete Hegseth is supporting trans rights. Anyone over 30? Any armed forces member over 30 is going to be recommended to be on testosterone shots, and anyone else, it will be offered to them. Even the women, baby! We're gonna have the most trans military I've ever seen. It's going to be fantastic. I can't believe... let's see.
Defense Secretary Pete.
No. Listen, I just want the video of him saying it. I don't want the fucking ABC breakdown. Okay? Listen, this is why you guys need to follow our State Departments on Twitter, because it's like every single day it's like a free satire here. The High T Department of War. That impression was amazing. Welcome. Listen, my Trump impression is well known around here. Check this out.
Every single day, you are pushed to your absolute physical and mental limits.
Simon, he's talking about you.
Profession of
Sorry, I'm outing all the trans chatters. Listen, if you need hormone replacement, you need to join the U.S. military. It will be federally government-funded hormone replacement therapy, guys.
The individual warfighter. We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the
Our warriors are going to be the most trans warriors in the history of gender.
It's well-established science that as we age, testosterone levels often naturally drop. Under the supervision of our world-class medical
Streaking across the world.
warfighters age 30 and older
30 and older.
tested annually as part of their
I'm not allowed to. Simon, why are you not allowed in the military? They're literally the people on the same they're gonna be, literally, there's gonna be like shipments being sent to like random like fucking forward operating bases like in the Middle East or some shit. Literally trucks full of fucking testosterone vials. And you're telling me they won't let you in? They took my rights away? They banned trans people from the military, then they start allowing them to transition.
health assessment. It's a health assessment that happens every year. We're just adding this test. Those under 30 can voluntarily choose to get the test as well. If treatment is recommended,
I love the change in camera angles.
Your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy.
It's your choice. Ask anyone who's ever been on testosterone therapy what happens when you stop taking it. It's if you are in the military and you have to start taking testosterone therapy, you're gonna be on that drug for the rest of your life. You're going, like, literally your body stops creating in itself and you end up with lower levels than you started with to begin with. Listen to this. I don't know. Any gym rat knows these fucking things. And I thought that was funny. And having a very inclusive and some trans folks in the community, I really want to let you know that you're finally being represented in the federal government. Wrong button. Hello, Jose. Welcome in. Finally, the gender affirming care has reached federal funding levels. This is what we wanted. Being woke worked. Wrong button. I didn't mean to shoot you guys. It's always the very wrong button. Listen. There's a few in here. This one's appropriate.
I just wanna catch my beer, drive my fish, drink my truck.
I mean, it's a good one. That one will never get old, truthfully. So Canada's on fire. The Department of War Defense is trans. They even trans the fucking name of the department like forever ago, which is very funny. They gave a name change. There's a federally appointed name change. Steam gave me a fucking Peak card booster pack. Yo, we got a card opening here. All right, Simon, good luck. I'm unpacking my Pete cards. You fell off. Stick together and stick together. If anyone wants to trade these cards with me, let me know. Can I show you guys a fun... listen, I'm going to show you guys something cool to do on your Steam account right now. You need a Steam account, first of all. It looks just like mine. How to get free Steam levels right now. You ready? You see how I'm Steam level 34? It's called Clout. You wouldn't know about it. Hang on. I'm going to take my boobs away. You guys haven't earned that. We need to make the military black, Jewish, Asian, trans women, and then we will truly be able to fight alongside Bibi Netanyahu. You got an update and the sides are animated now? Oh, the sides of my Steam profile? Have fun at T-Ball, Simon. Listen, we got, listen, what you do, go to the store thing up here. Go to Points Shop. Points Shop. Seasonal badge. Go to the seasonal badge button here. And then just buy the most expensive badge because no one ever uses Steam points. So you probably have a fuck ton of these and have no idea. Okay? And then you get that and you get like fucking 20 levels on Steam. Okay? I expect you guys all to be higher up on the Steam levels in my friends list now. Okay? Because some of you are lacking. Some of you are lacking. I know that's what Steam Points are for. Yeah, Steam Points, you can buy badges. You can get these backgrounds. These animated papers, the wallpapers, what the fuck, animated wallpaper backgrounds, these animated profile pictures and stuff. I have like 200k Steam points. Dude, it's good stuff. Just spend them. Just you get the summer sale badge. Also, listen, I got this Jester Award once. Y'all were here for it. This happened live. Someone gave me, we were doing a shit-ass indie horror game about jesters, about clowns and shit, and I left a bad review on it, and that motherfucker gave me the Jester Award. People joke that the vote between Democrat and Republican was everyone gets a puppy or diarrhea forever like we have now. We haven't talked about the diarrhea outbreak, guys. We got to get to that. My girlfriend is pregnant, but I ain't going for that. Do you think it would work if I told the big Yahoo the baby is 2 months from developing nuclear? Only if they've been 2 months away from developing nuclear weapons for the past 30 years. They've been 2 months away for 30 years. Okay? Maybe. I gotta make a big boss call. There's gotta be a boss call. Does anyone have explosive diarrhea? Wrong button. Anybody eat some lettuce and get explosive diarrhea? Let me know. Not today? Chat, what if we collectively as a group eat as much lettuce as we can? United States diarrhea outbreak. Domestically acquired cyclospirosis cases in multiple U.S. states. I'm down for a skinny arc. This is my skinny arc. I got cyclospirosis, and now I just shit out everything I eat. I've been eating lettuce like every day. Devin, you're fucked. You're fucked, buddy. I'm sorry to let you know this. I just called fucking... Who's the head of the CDC? I called Dr. Fauci, and he said you've got it. Is notifying clinicians, public health practitioners, and laboratorians of cases domestically acquired cyclospirosis in multiple U.S. states since May 1st, 2026. 1,645 confirmed cases of cyclospirosis, and we have more than 5,100 cases that require further analysis. Yeah, you're fucked. You're fucked. I think Mama is proof explosive shits don't cure everything. You're right. If we can get an explosive shit expert like Mama Damsel in the chat, please. I only eat like 2 things for lunch and both have lettuce. Yeah, dude, you're cooked. My kids asked for a salad bar for dinner, and I said, hell no. Only if, only salad. Whoa! I'm fucking bright as the sun. Only salad bar for dinner if you also have a plumber on standby. Voosh eats bad Wendy's foot lettuce that gives him the shits. Bro, if you are still getting lettuce from fast food restaurants, you live under a rock. Legitimately, I have not touched, like, ever gotten, like, lettuce on my Chipotle bowls for the past, like, 12 years. Like, ever since that shit came out 1,000 years ago, hey, Elemento, in which there was E. coli in Chipotle's lettuce, never, not a single time have I ever gotten lettuce in a bowl since then. I am Elemento, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to make sure my chat's okay, because there's a lot of cyclosporiasis out here. Devin, your name's Gray? Not for us, man. Cyclosporiasis. Is that how you say it? We got Dr. Vinewood on the case. Cyclosporiasis. I'd like to buy a vowel. Anyways, Arby said he was in China, so I just wanted to put this out there.
雪花飘飘，北风萧萧，天地一片苍茫。
Oh, hang on, this is an edit. This is an edit. My VOD is getting deleted. You guys think this is copyrighted? Damn, this bass is crazy. Hang on, we're shaking ass internationally today, guys. I'm learning Mandarin, right? Meow? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Funk off me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for 5 months. Listen, how is anyone still subscribed to my channel at this point? Thank you, guys. Anyways, sorry, I was paid a lot of money by the Chinese government to do this. I'm just trying to represent, guys, I don't know. I mean, that's ass shaking. That's ass shaking. You gotta say that as Trump. I got paid so much money from China to say this. You look great, Mitch. Dude, is Mitch McConnell, is he dead? Is he dead? Thank you for the 5 stream streak, LMNO. Can we? Mitch McConnell dead. Did you guys see his proof of life photo? It's horseshit. What the fuck is what is that? What is that movie where they hang on? You're a little loud. What's that movie where they prop up the dead guy? Weekend at Bernie's? Yes. Like, what do you mean? Like, is that not Weekend at Bernie's or like AI? Like, he's holding up today's newspaper, bro. Okay. The pictures from a long time ago. No, but it's today. It's the day's newspaper. That's how they proved it. And I can't read the fucking article because the fucking paywall. So I don't know, dude. It makes you wonder, like, play some steel drums and he starts dancing. Zoom in on the paper. Is the paper AI? Hang on. Wait, hang on. I gotta find a higher quality picture of this. Proof of life photo. 细细风飘飘，北风悄悄，夜静。 Okay, here we go. Fuck, give me the photo, please. No, give me the photo. Guys, news websites are the worst possible fucking thing you could ever click on. Like, ever. Okay. Open image in new tab. Bro, there's... Oh, is that not a... Is this not a real newspaper? I don't think it's AI. Like, look at... Nothing's really screaming AI about this to me. He's completely brain dead and his family won't take him off the ventilator because he's alive. It makes you wonder, like, it doesn't make you wonder. It's really like the question of like, what is truthfully being alive? Like if that picture is fake. Yeah, well, fake or not, the fact that, what is his proof of life, like what's his statement? Like, what's that Facebook statement? Mitch McConnell, Facebook. Oh, this is the source. This is the source. This is the source. This is the source here. Let's see. My doctors confirmed I didn't break any bones. I didn't have a heart attack. I didn't have any tumors or hemorrhages. I was briefly unconscious, taken to the hospital and receiving excellent care. I've also had to deal with a mild case of pneumonia. I've been a very good patient. At my age, I tend to do what my doctors tell me to do. I've submitted every test they can think of to help figure out what causes incident. I'm continuing to do everything they ask in my speedy recovery, to speed my recovery, with signs of continued progress. Guys, when have you ever seen a man of this age and stature type this much? These motherfuckers can't even Google things. Okay? Like, he's not even doing his job. You're right to expect your representatives to work hard for you, and as part of my decision to retire at the end of my term is coming January was being honest about the demands. I still have unfinished business to complete on your behalf, and I have every intention of finishing the job. I'm lucky to get that text message K from my dad. Literally, bro saying unfinished business is like he's haunting the halls. Like when we're talking about, when we do our paranormal investigations and we're like, why are you still haunting the halls of the Fairfield County Infirmary? I have unfinished business here. Holy shit. He's a ghost and ghost whisperer. Holding out for the spectral election cutoff in a few weeks. Bro, literally, the human body's an amazing thing. Truthfully. He's, good for him. My email from my apartment manager started like this. I've incorporated that into the email in a firm but professional way. No way! Holy shit, Noah, that is hilarious. Imagine you're a fucking landlord and like you're literally already despised in society, and then you don't even give your tenants the time of day to send them a real fucking message. Are you fucking serious? Also, speaking of AI, holy shit. Have you guys seen... I went to Raising Cane's the other day with Bree, and turns out they're doing an entire promotional thing with Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris his body is still damn near warm. He just died. He died a couple months ago. They've hardly let the man fucking get cold yet. And they're doing an ad with Chuck Norris. You say, how are you doing an ad with Chuck Norris? He's been dead for a few months now. They've AI'd Chuck Norris, and they have AI-generated Chuck Norris standees all over Raising Cane's and on the cups. I'm not like, we're so cooked. This standee is standing up outside of the Raising Cane's. And it is fully AI generated. You can see the weird AI fucking artifacts on his skin. You can see how it's like curly and shit. Like his skin's got them weird textures and shit. Also, this picture clearly couldn't have been taken because he's dead! Hey, what's Raising Cane's? It is a chicken finger. It's mediocre chicken that is made so much better because of the sauce. Listen, I love Raising Cane's fucking chicken. I think it's great. The sauce is the only part that makes it enjoyable, in my opinion. But now that they've AI'd my boy Chuck Norris, I mean, this is horrendous. Look, they literally have standees outside of it. In the Gabby Petito murder documentary on Netflix, they recreated her dead voice with AI. Eating the first maters of the year from the garden. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Some fresh maters. No AI tomatoes. It was a band's name for a hot second. No. Raising Cane's is a chicken finger fast food restaurant. And they've AI'd Chuck Norris. So, it's very unfortunate. And apparently they're selling merch. So we're cooked. We're entirely cooked. I mean, did I need to show you guys like the fact that Raising Cane's is using generative AI fucking photos to cook? Our federal government's using AI generated videos and photos to fucking to promote genocides. You know, so like, could we get much worse? No. Diarrhea-free matters. It does. Can we AI generate a diarrhea-free America? Outside for less than a minute total to get into and out of my car, and my throat feels terrible even though I was wearing a mask. Oh no. Devin's got the bad air quality. Devin's got the bad air quality. Wear my gas mask, Cedar Point? Yeah, definitely. Definitely gonna need some gas masks in there. I mean, you should at least, wear like a COVID mask at least, man. If you're gonna be up there. The bar's so low, it's in hell. Literally the bare minimum. If you're not Adolf Hitler, you're welcome. Come on in. If you're not literally a walking, breathing, like, reflection of a Nazi, come here. Welcome. Welcome. Listen, Republican, I'll take you. Fucking liberal, I'll take you. Not a Nazi? Come on, listen, there's hell is getting full. Hell is becoming very full if you believe in it. Fuck. We're so fucked. It's bad here too. I'm very dizzy. Holy shit. I mean, again, the smoke usually makes it down here, so I'll keep you all updated if I see anything. Look at Instagram. My Instagram? Did you send me something on Instagram, or you just want me to just look at Instagram? You did? You sent me something? Okay. Oh my god! That's crazy! That's Silent Hill shit, bro! This is a fucking Cedar Point, which is an amusement park in northern Ohio. Fucking covered in smoke. Literally the final, like, section of Silent Hill is an amusement park. So that's actually pretty swag. Imagine the vibes, bro. Them's are vibes. Them's are vibes. You'll leave with, like, a indescribable amount of lung cancer, but those are vibes. The smoke up here is rough. I can see that. It looks like it's on fire. Yeah, you should definitely wear at least like a COVID mask, man. Standing room only downstairs. Fucking for real, dude. I've never seen it get that bad down here. I'm gonna be honest, but we'll see how it goes. We're staying home, not doing much. Good. Make sure your air filters are replaced, right? The smoke got me. Anything else terrible happening? Anything else good happening? Are there good things happening? Anyone have any? We've been talking a lot of good, bad things. Anything good? Anyone like, I got my job. My dog did a backflip. Under an air quality alert until tomorrow night? Really? Shaking my head. That's tough. That's tough. Statewide air quality advisory for the 4th straight day. Yikes. Well, Canada has to ruin it for everybody. I haven't had an Insomnia episode in a couple months. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Anyone stumble upon $1 million and want to give me a portion of it? Speaking of jobs, boomers are still weird.
No, I'm not playing on my phone. I'm taking care of business. I'm not studying what you're talking about.
Hell yeah. What else? What else? I mean, I feel like we touched on the topics I was planning on talking about today. Our TSA pre-check sign up was down for 2 different old women and both growled when I told them. Oh my god. Bro, you can do it inside the airport. If I had $1 million and move out of this fuck ass red state, yeah. Listen. Things will change, right? Things will change, right? Things will get better. Wait, if we talked about the high T Department of War, that'll go well. In like 30 years, we're gonna start getting ads of, were you prescribed hormone replacement therapy while in the United States military and now have suffered the consequences of taking testosterone supplements and being weaned and not being weaned off of them? You're eligible for compensation. Like that Camp Lejeune toxic water, you're gonna get the in mesothelioma ads. You're gonna get that shit for hormone replacement therapy. Call Morgan. Listen, guys, strat right into the meta. Become a lawyer. Agent Orange, yeah. Oh, agents don't do Agent Orange ads anymore because all those fuckers are dead now. Okay? Have you noticed there's no more "were you impacted by Agent Orange while serving the United States military"? Those ads don't exist anymore because they're all dead. Okay? And that just shows you, opinions will change over time because it's like a wildfire that's constantly going, and the new life, it breathes across the wild. I'm waiting for the Wegovy long-term use for weight loss. Yeah, I mean, those ads will come out. There'll be ads for fucking Wegovy and Ozempic, like all those different GLP-1s. There'll be ads for that in fucking 30 years. And listen, the only thing you can do is just act like a less crazy RFK, and like at least just question the things you put in your body, but don't deny science. Like RFK was almost onto something, and then he was like, the child is going to get all of the children autism, and they're drinking too much soy milk, and now they've lost all their testosterone. And so, like, the diarrhea parasites are his brain worms. RFK shit in the fucking lettuce crops, and he put the brain worms in the lettuce. I've never seen one of those ads in my life until I visited the USA. I'm like, wait, these are real? Yeah, because in the USA, like, you're allowed to advertise. I don't know if you're talking about pharmaceuticals, but in a lot of other countries, it's illegal to advertise pharmaceuticals like that. So, in the US, you can. It's a free market, baby. What could go wrong? Give them all opioids. And give the soldiers HRT. Why do they want raw milk so bad? Because if you're actually fucking handicapped and like whatever the fucking politically correct word is, it's not besides the point here. If you are mentally fucking deficient by drinking raw milk, and the whole country is also equally as mentally deficient as you as drinking raw milk, then they all live in harmony because everyone's equally fucking deficient. Oh, the lawsuit ads? Yeah, that's a big thing in America. I like it raw. How else would I know if there's hope for my genital herpes? Why? Where are the rhino pill ads? Where are the rhino pill ads? Well, I'm not getting ads about the rhino pills in the gas station. Side effects may include explosive diarrhea, restless leg syndrome, and jazz hands. I took the RFK rhino pill and I got jazz hands. Your hands go up your ass and you start shaking. That's why he fucking talks like that. They got the Jim Henson's, is that the guy who made the Muppets? His hand up his ass and he's just shaking, jazz hands. That's why, sorry, there's a hand up my ass, vibrating. The only ads we get is the Gamma apps like Kalshi or whatever. Yeah, that's true. The fact that the only ads that exist nowadays on like modern media is gambling and medication and lawyers. I mean, I'm sure it's been like that, you know. Back in the day we didn't have gambling ads or shit like that, but it's just like you're making ads specifically targeted towards vulnerable people. Like the ads are specifically vulnerable people targeted and like coded. Like, so that's the gross part. There's been disgusting ads about everything since ads existed. They're always meant to be like exploit your attention, right? But it's just hilarious knowing the state of the fucking world that we're in, and like the ads are all for exploited people, for people who are very easily manipulated and in a bad time. Milk wouldn't be bad if it weren't for your negative dairy standards. I love milk, okay? But you don't need to drink milk. There's a reason why the default is being lactose intolerant. Lactose tolerance is the mutation. If you can drink milk without your tummy hurting, that's the weird thing, in your adulthood anyways, okay? Only babies should be drinking milk from their mommy's titties, okay? It's not gambling, it's market trend prediction. Yeah, the loopholes are insane. Like, the fact that they've found shit to fucking loophole everything is, like, crazy as fuck. So fucking crazy. Reminds me of Mama's son. He tells her about the TV ads he sees. Really? That's so sad. That's so sad. Addictive personality, no problem. We've got all the ads for you. Gambling, smoking, drinking, sex, and drugs. We've got it all for you. Do you have something that will numb your mind permanently? Do you need something that'll numb you from the fucking hardships of today's life? Are you poor? Are you lonely? Well, we've got the thing for you. Twitch.tv, a community. Pay Amazon and I get a part of it. I'm part of the problem is what I'm saying, okay? Everyone's a little bit of a hypocrite. We can at least use the platform to spread some sort of positivity, right? Yeah, we developed the adaptation to tolerate lactose, exactly. Tolerating the milk is the problem. He has ASD level 2, so it's his current hyperfixation. Really? The TV ads? That's nuts! God bless her heart. The only mammals that drink milk after infancy, fucking sucking on mommy milkers. Lactose-free milk, what? And you can't drink soy milk because it lowers your testosterone, makes you a little boy. You know, if you drink alternative milks, you're just you're trans. Only animals that try and drink someone else's milk. Yeah. Listen, we're the only animals to do a lot of things. Some people, in fact, don't even believe that we are animals. So that's a whole other conversation. Now we're getting into religion, guys. And listen, we've already talked about politics today. All right, we can't get into religion. It'll also kill me some allergic soy. You're damn right. Can we get 55-gallon drum of soy to Devin's house? Who's going through the smoke right now? We've been talking about that for a little bit, B-boy. There's a lot of my viewers covered in smoke tonight. I'm glad I can be your bereavement from the the smoke storm. I drink almond milk and it made me gay. That's what happened, Rat Factory? I didn't know that's what happened to you. I'm sorry. Have y'all heard of girls who drink too much milk and are basically being forced into early puberty because of all the added hormones? What? They've stopped adding those hormones? Yeah, that sounds about right. There's a lot of very old school things that they used to do with food that fuck people up, but then it doesn't anymore, but still that terror still leads on till today. Like, I feel like that case is mentioned a lot. They banned those hormones in Canada in the 90s. Bro, we're still trying to figure out if people want to eat fucking Red 40 or not, like, here in the US, okay? The shit that you eat here in the US would be banned everywhere else in the fucking world. You're in the worst of it? Goddamn, B-boy. You make sure you're breathing in safe air, because that shit will fuck you up. Leaded gasoline! Leaded gasoline back in my day, bro. And no wonder everyone's so fucking ignorant, bro. You have lead. Can we look at what lead poisoning does to the brain? What does lead poisoning do to the brain? Disrupts cell communication, destroys protective myelin sheaths, and kills brain cells. Reduced IQ, learning disabilities, reading or speech delays, hyperactivity, ADHD, irritability, increased aggression, seizures, coma, death, memory and focus, mood, mental health, nervous system damage, neurodegenerative risks. And them motherfuckers were drinking out the pipes. I mean, kind of same here. What the fuck am I doing? We're just talking about shit. We're just talking about everything, Bree. We're talking about how fucked we are. Younger generations are now getting lead poisoning from cheap vapes. Bro! If you are a consumer of something that can be min-maxed for, like, quality and value, like, and something that will be exploited like a nicotine addiction, you are genuinely, like, purposefully being poisoned. Like, if you're smoking a cheap fucking vape that costs you $1 and fucking is flavored like goddamn Miss Bubblegum's vagina, like, you will be dead in 30 years because of that. And that's not my fault, okay? We all grew up with the same ads about not smoking, okay? But then they're like, oh, but this isn't smoking, this is vaping, it's better for you. I still string straight from hose when outside. I don't think, listen, is your hose lead? I don't think so. Like, if lead piping is not really a thing. Asbestos has been removed. Lead has been removed for the most part, like, out of, like, the public system. Were you saying lead was natural the other day? I want a Zyn. Bro, there's probably lead in my Zyn pack, bro. Like, and the fucking sun gives you cancer. Like, there's only so much you can do. Okay? Fuck. Chicago has the worst air quality in the world for big cities, and we broke our worst record, too? Holy shit, B-boy. Dude, Chicago is literally like hell right now. Congratulations. Chicago has finally reached hell status. I don't love lead. There's lead in Lunchables, dude. Again, we are the purveyors of our own destiny with consumerism, okay? I can hate Jeff Bezos and billionaires all I fucking want, dude, and, like, shit on how, like, be mad about how shittily Amazon may treat their employees. I'm still subscribed to Amazon Prime. You guys are watching me on an Amazon platform. Fuck. There's only so much responsibility we can put on ourselves. We hardly hold the power. There's only so much we can do. We have to be consumers. If we're not consumers, then we're fucked. We have to rely on them for everything. It goes deep down, you know? It goes deep. It goes deep. The problems are in the roots, man. Not the people feeding off of them. That's all we got. There's cancer in the strawberries. Why do strawberries give you cancer? Fank, Fank, it's because you're from California. I just Google searched Fank. What happens when I Google search Fank? Funk music. Okay. Why is there cancer in strawberries? We might as well live in a cave, right? I mean, we can only complain about shit so much, and it's just like, there's not much you can do about it, okay? We're monkey brain people. We like our amenities, okay? I like when I can deliver things to my house. Vinewood, you know all these medical terms. Are you a doctor? You work in the medical field, glyphosates. Strawberries themselves do not contain cancer. They actually contains things that can prevent cancers, like antioxidants, viral panic, and pesticides and chemical residues during the farming process. Grow your own damn strawberries. I don't fucking know. Some brand strawberries give higher percent of cancer, so it's so GMO. Dude, one time Bree brought home these fucking ginormous fucking, I don't know if Bree is still here. Bree, when you brought home them fucking giant strawberries, and you were like, these are definitely gonna give me fucking cancer or something. But they were good. They were good fucking strawberries, man. Oh my God. My GMO strawberries. They were like the size of an apple. They were huge. I give into it all the time. My Jordan and New Era hat collection would agree. Exactly. Exactly. It's hard not to, you know? Or is there like white inside when everyone else has squishy red insides? Wait, really? That's crazy. We've been participating in GMO for millennia, picking the best crops to reproduce. I would argue it's probably more pesticide usage. Probably, right? Because like, what is GMO stands for? Just genetically modified organism or some shit? Is that what that means? Because like we've been genetically modifying crops since like a billion years ago, you know? What does GMO mean? Yeah, genetically modified. Yeah, and we like that's the only reason like corn looks like that, you know. It's them like super broad terms that will then be thrown back at your face as marketing terms. That's what I was talking about with Bree the other day. I wasn't saying lead is good for you because it's natural. I'm just saying they were glass straws that said they were 100% natural on them. I'm like, of course they're 100% natural. They're fucking glass, okay? I'm not trying to be a hater or be mean. I'm like, I sure hope they would be. The strawberries with GMOs in them are still technically 100% natural because they're strawberries. You can say my phone is 100% natural. You were having the opposite argument. I was. Listen, I don't even remember. Okay, I was just trolling you. All right, you were being a little shit. Whatever, man. Well, that was how I really felt inside, is what I just said now. Bananas originally tasted closer to the candy banana flavor that didn't grow as big. Exactly. Like, everything's a fucking GMO. But then you get it thrown back at you as a marketing term, like, this contains no GMOs, and it's like fucking cornflakes. Like, it's fucking cornflakes. Of course they're natural. Of course it's all natural. It's fucking cornflakes. What are they gonna make? What in this realm is not natural unless it's like antimatter? Genuinely. Like, yeah, the scientists in here can tell me what they mean by something that's not natural, but to me, if it exists in this universe and it occurs naturally, then it's natural. Right? Even a metal is natural. Like iron, right? Maybe steel, because steel's like a non-naturally occurring like composite material. But even then, it comes from natural components, right? I don't have monkey brain. I'm just asking the questions that the woke media won't tell you about. Fuck. I would hope the fucking chicken I'm eating's all natural. It's a fucking chicken. What is it made out of? Fucking quantum fucking mechanics? Watermelons are supposed to be like the size of strawberries because they are desert. Wait, really? I want to see a normal water. I want to try that out. Any like natural fruit, like and you'll know this if you've ever been to a third world country. When I went to Nepal, all their fruits look fucking so strange because they don't have all the crazy processes to like make them the perfectly formed fruits and vegetables that we have here. And they're like, yeah, that's a fucking cucumber, and it's like a fucking chud, like a fucking chode ass thing. Like, oh, it's like not even green. We made broccoli and cauliflower out of Brussels sprouts. Wait, really? Broccoli's not real? So I'll post talking about how bananas are proof there is a God because they fit in our hand and have no seeds. If you know what bananas looked like before we modified them, you know it's a dumb argument. Oh my God. One time my friend tricked me into going to God camp because someone tried to ask me why we cried. It's because God wants us to talk, and my 14-year-old autistic, I was like, actually crying is a way to level hormonal imbalances in the brain, which is why sad tears are salty, but happy tears aren't. Because it's different imbalance caused by the emotions, and she looked so upset. Yeah, but God made him that way, Jenny. Okay? He made the salty ones salty. Fresh Michigan strawberries are so good and also so small compared to like the big name brands. Bro, I want some tiny Michigan straws. Dude, cuteness aggression, that's my meme with my cats every day. To grab their fucking head and squeeze it. Just, you guys want to see a picture of Momo and Phil licking each other? Let me show this to you guys. I took this like 30 minutes ago. Not 30 minutes, it's probably an hour and a half ago. They're so good to each other. You can't really see Phil, he blends in with the couch, but Momo's licking him. But there's them from the front. They're so good. Last night, Momo was chewing on a XLR cable. And I caught him, and Thel was standing next to him, and he's like, Momo, you better stop, you're gonna get in trouble. Look at Thel's face is like, Father, I'm not involved in this. While Momo's like chewing on it. Any more IRL location streams coming up? I'm just curious. Not that I have planned at the moment. I would like to, like, now that I have like the knowledge and the like the resource, hope we'll eventually have the resources to be able to like go into that stuff more often. Not as just like a big paranormal investigation event, but like just to have the capability of IRL streaming myself would be cool. So having my own setup for that, I'm kind of striving for to be maybe my next acquiring. I think that'd be neat. I want to get off my desk. I very much, I say this all the time, like gaming, I love gaming, but it's the last thing I want to be doing, you know? I want to like bring like, I feel like it's meaningful to bring you guys like out on like doing cool things, you know? Cam is a late guest streamer university. Exactly. I'll be in streamer university. I watched some of streamer university earlier. Ludwig put on a great course about live streaming. It was good stuff. It was good stuff. It's been an hour. We haven't even played a fucking game yet. We're having a great conversation, guys. Thanks for yapping with me. We also haven't even played our daily games yet. But also, there's, and the thing is like, listen, if you become an IRL streamer, like I don't want to be an IRL streamer who just walks around and fucking talks to the camera. Listen, if I did it, you gotta be different, you know? You gotta be different. Like the scene in Toy Story when there's, the toy store is filled with 100 fucking Buzz Lightyears. He's got 100 fucking Buzz Lightyears out there, okay? Everyone walking around with a selfie stick being annoying as fuck and fucking stupid and just their content is like other people. You know how cool it'd be to go out and do interesting things? You know how cool it would be to do interesting things? Spoilers. But Cameron is different, exactly. And so I think it's a much cooler experience to like do interesting things, be educational. There's cool stuff outside, you know? Takes a bit more planning. You got to figure out things to do, but like there's enough stuff out there. So, it would be much cooler to make a living exploring the world than being like in your basement. It's cold down here. But yeah, we got the know-how now to do that stuff. I mean, I've had the know-how on how to do it, but like, just with how much fun I had being on that RV road trip, just hanging out with you guys, just sitting in the fucking, sitting out in the wild, exploring, like that was cool. That was cool. Diversifying is usually a smart move. Exactly. And it's more ways to be different, more ways to make different content and do special things. And there's only so far that gaming can bring you, you know? Like, there's only so many ways to diversify yourself as just an only gamer. I love the live event stuff. That's why I love doing the paranormal investigation so much. Besides just loving paranormal stuff, just setting up live events and production and collaborations and whatnot, I think is like the coolest fucking thing ever. And I've been making a lot of super cool friends on like YouTube and whatnot, and I would love to just bring people together and like do cool events and cool things and cool collaborations. I think that's so cool. I think everything that Ludwig does, if you guys are familiar, he does like Jeopardy fucking spin-off stuff. Like, that shit is so cool. And it's not like that difficult to do. I don't know if you know what you're doing. Starting OnlyCams, oh my god. Shout out Ludwig. Yeah. There's a gal on Instagram who makes videos about plants you find in the wild and how to identify what snacks will poison you. She's adorable and seems to love her job. So that would be cool. Yeah, there's like anything. Everything's so interesting, you know? That fucking guy, fucking Tom Scott, he just fucking goes around and looks at weird shit and makes fucking videos about it. And just random fucking content. And it's all either in entertaining or educational. And that's the vibe. Have fun, Venom. Did I miss much? You missed a lot, dude. You missed a lot. We've been sitting here talking about so much things, and I've gotten none of your input about it. How excited were you to be on the main and Insim's Mecha short? Bro! Oh my god, guys. If y'all follow Insim on like Instagram or YouTube and whatnot, they even used my VOD in the Insim clip. Oh my god, it made me so happy. I was so proud of it. That shit was awesome. That was great. I hope to do more gaming with them. That was such a fun time. I hope that I don't come off too loud and like annoying in other people's VODs. Like when we were like, because Boca Bola, shout out Boca Bola, / Elijah, he made a video out of his Mecha Chameleon time with us. He made a whole Mecha Chameleon video of him playing with us, and the whole time I'm watching the video and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so loud. Like, so loud. Like, I'm so, like, hyped up and loud and, like, trying to be funny. And, like, I'm succeeding in being funny, obviously. Like, I know I'm funny. Like, I know these things, right? But I'm still such an insecure and anxiety-ridden person, and, like, I know in the back of my head when I'm trying to be entertaining. And so if I'm watching it back and I'm like, fuck, that might have been too much. So I talked to him about it the other day. I think he was in chat while we were on the RV stream. He was like, no, you're fine. It was hilarious. He's like, I could have turned you down if I wanted to. It's like, thank God. And I felt the same way watching the Insim clip. The Insim clip is fucking hilarious. And I was not expecting him to use my VOD, my clip for Mecha Chameleon. But I am just honored and privileged to be playing with these people who are like way up here. You're one of the funniest people I know for. Thank you, Miss World. But like, guys, the caliber of people that we end up interacting with on this channel is like way out of our fucking league. Like, it's very interesting. And I know, like, I'm not trying to sell myself short because you guys are gonna be like, well, like, you're famous to me. Like, you're a bigger deal than you think you are. Like, I'm sure some of that is true, but like 2 days ago, I had negative $144 in my bank account. And like, I still live in like a rinky dink house in like a not so great neighborhood. And like, I can walk down the street and not have people know who I am. And like, no one really gives a fuck about you in an environment like TwitchCon and whatnot. But we end up playing and getting to be not only like accepted by other people much bigger than me, much more successful people than me, people who people give a shit about, not only be accepted into like playing games with them and whatnot, but then also being like sort of shouted out, being like in a clip on InSimp's channel, or getting to play Mecha with Boca, even though Boca was invited to play with us. But like, you know what I mean? Like, we just end up in very strange situations that we don't really belong in. The big one started small too, I know, but it's just like the opportunities in which we've been granted, I never stop appreciating that. I don't stop like acknowledging that this is like so fucking insane. Do I need to dig through my stomach for that Dorito Loco Taco and return it for a refund? Yes, you do. I need it back. No, it's just when you get in between paychecks and Twitch only pays you once a month, you know, it's and like you're out of the fucking country for 2 weeks out of a month, and then you're fucking out on an RV road trip. All things that are my fault I didn't have to do, but I put myself in financially risky situations because I think that they're advantageous for me. You know, you gotta know what it's like down in the gutter before you get up top shooting threes or something. Hell, people start out like that, but I think you got the drive to get out of it. I hope so. It's hard not to feel stagnant. It's hard not to feel stagnant, but like it's really easy to realize how far like you've come in like content creation and some shit, or in shit like that, when like you go back and you watch other like older VODs of yourself or clips of yourself, and you're like, oh yeah, now I think it's cool where I'm at now. It's not quite super mega successful, but it's better than I was a year ago, or like more entertaining than I was a year ago. However, there's sometimes I get clips from like forever ago, and I'm like, damn, I was way funnier back then, or damn, my camera looked better back then, or something like that. Completely ridiculous shit. I go back and watch the Adolf Hitler clip when I painted myself as fucking Adolf Hitler on accident. I was trying to be Michael Jackson. That shit was funny as hell. That shit was great. Adolf Hitler. You remember my first words here? I don't, B-boy. I don't. What are they? I mean, I can check. I can scroll up. I'm scrolling up, B-boy. You better be right. Oh, hang on. That's a shared chat. All right, you're probably gonna... Oh, God. I don't know. I don't know what your first words... Corgo 101 were your first words. Keep your juice to yourself. Corgo 101. I don't know. I wish I knew my first words on Twitch. Wouldn't that be cool? Wait, Fank and B-Boy said it at the same time. How do you see your first words? If you're a mod, you can just check your user account. Bree, you have over 1,000 messages. I don't think I'm gonna scroll through all that, bruh. Bree's gotta have messages in here from literally like when I first ever streamed in like fucking 2023, bro. One of the mods is gonna have to look at that. Yeah. B-Boy was in Vush's chat. I see that. I see that. Good stuff. Good stuff, truthfully. Good stuff. What do you guys think about the Wordle? Games. That sucked ass. You got in 4? That's like the worst word ever. That's like the worst word ever. Freak. No, there's no A. Fried. We know the E's not there though. Fuck. Lied. Fuck! Enoch? That's not in the word list? Come on, that's biblical. Branching out's a good idea as long as you stay passionate about it. Wait, scrolled up to what? Are these Bree's first messages? Did someone scroll up? Freed. That's too many E's. I start with horse. That's a good one. Never mind. Oh, I'm gonna play something. Okay. I have Breeze and it's something that shouldn't be named. Oh god. Can you send me a screenshot, Fang? Oh, hang on. Fank sent me an article about the strawberry poison. California fruit giant hit by shockingly highly toxic accusations and deception. It Driscoll's? Bro. Wrongly terminated warning executives growers were violating state and federal international pesticide limits. Oh my god. As a family-owned company, food quality, safety, quality, and integrity are fundamental to who we are. We maintain robust food safety and compliance programs. Wow. Wow. Oh, that's funny. Bree's first messages are just not they wouldn't make sense to anybody. Okay, well, horse sucked. I'm making real quick to say 99, have a great night. Thank you, Elemento. I appreciate you. Ideal and audio are some of mine. Checking for vowel words. The E is at the end. Bree's first messages are tongue, so whore brain rot. That's true, actually. What if they're really fucking with you and it's eerie? Jenny, I knew that was a bad guess, but I wanted to do it for the memes because I'm confident that we can do it. I'm confident we can do it. Oh my god, because that, wait, the only possible we had for that was IE. We knew all of that was wrong. Okay. J. U. W. U W W W W W U W Judge. Okay, close. Close. You said the prefix Camaro 152. Really? Damn, we've come a long way. Try a T. Teddy, thank you for the 5-stream streak. It probably changed when I changed my username from Cameron from Arbor to Cameron is different. TUCK. Took. Tukey. That's a word? What? Chat, we have what the fuck's a Tukey? A 2K. We have one more shot. There's a T somewhere. C-U-T. A Canadian beanie hat. Okay. But there's no S, Miss World. Sorry. Fuck. Boot. B-U-T-T-E. Guys, we have... What? The fuck's a boot? I didn't fucking believe you. I mean, yesterday we had fucking Pshaw. So, whatever, man. Is it talking about the boot as in like a crested boot? Yeah. It's exactly what it is. It's a geographical term. Isolated, steep-sided hill or small mountain with a relatively flat top. Now Maggie's hint makes sense. Wait, Maggie had a hint? Think it has butts like a butts of, oh no. It's geological. It's geographical. It's geological. Geomorphological. Cool. Thanks, Wordle. Oh, we should start outing our chatter's first ever message. You know what'd be cool? Is a command that shows a chatter's first ever message in a chat. Now you're making me think, but some of you guys have so many messages. It's almost like going through someone's like closet, like without their permission. Like what's Jenny's first ever message in here? What's Jenny's first ever message in here? Right? Gotta ask Bert for that streamer bot code. I don't even know if Bert would know how to do that. Oh my gosh, I did just scroll past some messages about Silent Hill F, bro. That shit was gas. Mine always be classy. It will be, B-boy. Hello, Scavenger. Probably shared because of Vush. Yeah, it was probably shared, but I wonder what it was like not shared, right? Oh my god, guys, we yap so much. Thank you for chatting so much. My chat log is nonsense and goofy goober shit. That's what we need. Nonsense and goofy goober shit. But what matters most is that we lock in when it comes to serious topics, though. That's what it's about. That's called being emotionally intelligent. That's on being a diverse group of thinkers. I have over thousands of good luck. Yeah, some of y'all are ancient chatters. Some of y'all are ancient chatters. I'm happy to have you. You know ball. The ancient ballogists. And I'm not scrolling through all y'all's. It's too much. Didn't someone gift me Subnautica 2? Wasn't that one of you guys? We gotta play that sometime. Wait, what's up? We've been yapping for like forever. Simon, I think. Yeah. I was talking about how you know, like there's probably some of y'all who have some whack ass first time chats. Like those of you who are like normal, like regulars in the community. It's just fun to think about y'all's first words. You know, I'm gonna have that walking down by the end of the week. Miss World, you are a G. You're a G. Simon gave me something. Simon gave me maybe a disease or something. Simon maybe gave me a disease. I guess I can technically see like what my first clips on Twitch are pretty easily, but I feel like we've done that quite a few times. I think we've looked at my first ever clips like very, very often on here. A lot of them are Counter-Strike. Like 2020 Counter-Strike, bro. I'm an OG. I like 30 plus audios record. God damn, dude. Back when everyone was not comfortable yet and in their own normal SpongeBob mode. Exactly. Everyone wasn't like a freak. The one of you dying in Minecraft. Wait, really? Yeah, there's me and Bree playing Minecraft on here in 2021. It's like me jumping to my death. Yeah, you guys want to see my first ever funny clip here? It's left ear only, actually. You in a bulletproof vest playing CS:GO. I know. It was COVID. COVID just came out, and I was making a joke like I was too afraid to go outside, so I put on a bulletproof vest and a gas mask and played Counter-Strike on Twitch. It was very funny. Anyways, here's a classic. It's only in your left ear.
It's in one ear though for me. I'm gonna.
I guess I'm gonna kill myself. Very excited for Fortnite. That was 2023. I mean, it goes back even farther. It's literally me in a bulletproof mask and a gas mask playing Counter-Strike. I mean, what? And someone giving me literally a sloppy fucking toppy. Nothing's changed? Really? Really? Nothing's changed? Look at this clip and tell me nothing's changed. Oh, why is my input so does the webcam? And my mic is still only in the left ear.
Wait, which webcam are you?
Oh, there's Bert!
The one you gave me.
Manage sound
devices.
Hell yeah. Still figuring out how to use OBS. Bro just developed. I was... I would have been 19 in that video. There's footage of me being 19 on the internet. I'm almost 26 years old now. That's older than me being... younger than me. Footage of me being younger than 20? Holy shit. Your older stream days, though, are better than mine. All my early stream days were like 240p. I've always liked to try and make things as high quality as they can be. But, you know. This is my most viewed clip of yours. Oh, I've seen another multiplayer Zooter. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. They're just kind of mentally taxing. At least for me, because I'm just very... I don't know, man. I just need mental. Oh my god.
Flame grilled burger. It's me. God. Are you looking for the flame grilled burger?
I'm looking for my water temple keys.
There are no water temple keys.
I can't beat the game.
flame grilled burger.
You're gonna have to learn, my son.
We can do here. There's no way to do it.
My son, anything is possible through me.
Ooh,
My flame grilled burger. Oh my god. Is this a seed that broke you until like 5 a.m.? Yes, dude, we've been playing for like fucking 13 hours. Shout out having 710 subscribers. You guys were fucking Oilers back then. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's my most viewed clip of yours.
Lantern.
What is this? 24 days ago?
On here, I need another lantern. But I don't know how to hang a lantern.
Wake up, motherfuckers! It's time to have sex! Eat this bread, motherfuckers! Damn, I'm that loud. It's time to wake up and have sex! I need this clip of me saying flame grilled burgers, guys. I want to be so for real. This shit is so fucking funny.
I am Burger King.
Flame grilled burger. It's me. God. Flame grilled burger.
And I'm just so deadpan about it because I'm so fucking tired, bro. Make it a sound redeem, please. This clip always makes me miss Lethal. That's JoJo's voice.
Oh no, there's another dead person. Jim, what happened?
It's the
What
JoJo.
happened was basically.
Whose fault do you think that is?
Whose fault do you think that is? So what had happened was... Okay, Fanks only has 160 views because it's been pinned at the top of my channel for like 2 years. Okay, there's no reason for this clip to have as many fucking views as it does. 858 followers and 400 subs. Me smiling at my monitor, my top monitor. Reading a Discord message. That there's no reason. You look so baby. I look the same. I still have a full head of hair and a full beard. It's from last year. What happened to me in a year? Stress and anxiety? I don't have an orange cat anymore. It gives cuteness aggression. Okay. It's like a baby laughing at keys. Oh my god. This is my most viewed. I'm good. I'm the best. I'm the best. And I'm still the best. And I'm still the best. You're just really happy to learn the T behind a ban. Oh, is that what it was? Nice. We've had a lot of fucked up people get banned in this fucking chat. I wish we had like a ban hall of fame. I wish like some shit would have like document this shit. The APOC runs were legendary. Well, guess what? We'll never be back to those days. I'm sorry. We did APOC. We did APOC. We got partner. We've done so many crazy things, reached so many goals, and then it's like, what's left? It's like, what do we do now? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck do we do? Right? Just keep being us. Just keep showing up. You know? Now it's time to play Outlast Trials with your mods. Bro, Outlast Trials, live streaming Outlast Trials is low-key a little overwhelming for me. I'm gonna be honest. It's like, it's overstimulating. I'm gonna be honest. To play it live. I enjoy Outlast Trials. I've played it a lot with my friends offline. But there's a lot going on, and it being multiplayer makes it hard to be like a chat game and a play game. I like just talking to you guys while playing things, you know? Like, the game is secondary. It always has been. I mean, we've been in just chatting for like an hour and a half now. I started watching Outlast Trials, but out of love for my streamers. Yeah, it's so fair. It's so fair. Where's that clip of me playing Minecraft with Bree?
Have you leveled up that librarian yet?
Is this just a random clip?
Oh, I just woke them up. They're pissed.
Aren't they both librarians?
Was a cartographer.
Yeah, he had switched jobs.
Just a random clip of nothing? Okay. I think this is me dying.
Yeah.
Here it is. I like watching single player games most. There's a real sense of community with them, in my opinion. I agree. I agree with that statement about single player games. It opens the floor more for you guys to like take the seat, you know? SMP lore stream. I'll just call him whatever. I think I'm playing with Bree in this.
I don't know how
my
much.
boots drop somewhere, or did
Should
they
I
just break?
should I try and make that? Oh my God, Brennan, no! Oh.
Yeah, rest in peace. Me having to be quiet because there's people sleeping on the fucking right on the other fucking wall in front of me when I live with like 10 fucking roommates. Holy shit. I love how Bree did the water bucket jump perfectly though. What a fucking gamer.
I don't know how
my
much.
boots drop somewhere, or did
Should
they
I
just break?
should I try and make that? Oh my God, Brennan, no! Oh.
Dude, water bucketed like a pro.
Oh, fuck me in this.
Great work. Dude really showed me up. I lost 21 levels on that. Friend slap's fun, but it's exhausting, you know? Like, whatever, as long as streamers are having fun. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Anyways. Yeah, I mean, we've looked at old clips 100 times on my channel. And listen, we're not getting any new ones by doing that. What year was that clip? 2023? I think. I don't remember. I already closed out of it, I'm gonna be honest. A fucking iron golem one-shot me last night? Oh no. I'm so sorry. I was trying to help him out because he was stuck suffocating in some dirt. Oh, you got betrayed, bro. You got betrayed. You got fucking betrayed. Speaking of absolutely dumpstering on people, let's teach some kids some geography. We have to win our duel on GeoGuessr. Who's my opponent? We can't find... Look, I've won the past 1, 2, 3, 4 games. My strongest regions are Turkey, New Zealand, and Russia. My toughest regions are Brazil, Philippines, and Colombia. Strongest regions, US, New Zealand, and Bangladesh. Toughest regions, Brazil, Romania, and Malaysia. And he's American as well, so he's gonna suck. So we are in what? We're in Canada, Ottawa, Canada. Which one's Ottawa? Canadians! Canadians, where's Ottawa? There it is. We're gonna be like right here. Oh, he went Toronto? Brother, where are you going? Where are you going? I win this one. Put like an American high school. I win this. Boom! Got you, bitch. Hey, I'm a smarter American. I'm a smarter American. Is this America? No, this is like South Ave. This is South Ave for sure. Quamby Street. Add along. It like almost looks. It looks like if America. AU? That's Australia. We're in the fucking outback. Fuck. Wait, we're in Adelaide. Right. Gwalla. I knew it. Problem is that Australia's fucking huge. Is he going South Ave? Is he going South Ave? What? He went South Ave! Oh, bitch! My favorite clip is Cam crashing on Silent Hill F. Oh my god, wait, we gotta watch that. I will never get over Silent Hill F. I fucking love that shit. Hull and York. This is the UK, isn't it? No, Selby Abbey, Barlby and Brayton. Is this Ireland or the UK? Isn't Hull in Ireland? Fuck. Shit! Oh, Hull's right here! Oh, I still win this. I still win this. I'm closer. Oh, wait, we split the difference. What? He got me for 25? Can read the signs too easily to be in Ireland. Okay, fair. We should watch the other endings in Silent Hill F sometime. We should. I also high key would actually play that game again. To be TBH, be honest. Electrical. We're in Europe. We're speaking English. Slush sold here. The fuck is Slush? This the UK again? Eagle News. General store off license. Like a slushy? Okay. Is this the UK? I don't think it's Blurmany. Nope. Yeah, this is the... Oh, because they got the orange. Well, hang on. Here's a blur. It's gonna be the UK. Chelmsford. What? Where is he going? What are you doing? You're 9,000 miles away. Holy shit. I probably went to the starting soon screen. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot, bro. It's never Australia. That's never Australia. I'm just better, guys. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. I think I'm the geographical guesser. Holy shit. License and license are two different words, like practice and practice. Really? Someone's sticker bombing JoJo? What kind of bomb is that? That's a big bomb. That's nice. I don't have stream stickers. Textbook definition of shitting in someone's cereal. You're damn fucking right, dude. I literally fucking... he won one round by 25. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, I got the clip right here. Oh my god, the fucking box. Yeah, I remember that shit. I remember that shit. Bro, because that fucking box took me forever, bro. Because, like, it was like, what are they considering, like, a fruit and, like, a vegetable and shit? Like, whatever. Practice is to, like, to redo a task to get better at something, where practice is, like, your profession. Oh! That's crazy. I had no idea that was a thing. Box, like Munch Box? Like Nora? Sweet and tart. Sweet and... Yeah, I remember that. I think you showed me the Enigma clip of him crashing out about it. Yeah, America only has one spelling because we're not fucking crazy. Because we're not fucking crazy. We're not crazy people. Listen, I have a fucking big recommend for a YouTube channel for those of you who like English language content. Listen, I pretty much exclusively watch educational content on YouTube, and I've been absolutely obsessed with this guy who makes breakdowns of the English language. He's pretty popular, so y'all have probably seen him before. He's called Rob Words. He's got like 1 million. He's sick. If you're a fucking English nerd, bro, this guy's got some good shit. All the different random stupid fun facts about the English language and how dumb it is. He makes videos about it. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. All about silent letters. What the fuck does noon mean? Like, where's foot come from? Like, why words are pronounced the way they are, and it's like fucking spelled differently. Make us a PowerPoint on refrigerators next? Yeah, I can. Like watching videos about accents and dialects? Well, right there, bro. Right there. He looks like Gabe from The Office. Oh, you're actually fucking right. Holy shit. I like educational videos about games that are completely useless. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's kind of like a lot of my YouTube friends that I've been making recently are all kind of like video game educational stuff that's useless information. Like Devin and HD. But there's also like we've made an entire community of video game educational content. And I just also happen to be in that Discord, and I have no business being in it because I'm not a YouTuber. Any Austin, Devin, Juve, etc. Yeah, so if you watch that content, Miss World, there is a high chance somebody who watches in this Discord that I have no business being in, but it's like this Discord of like, it's like a cabal of educational gaming YouTubers. And we all talk about it in Discord. Oxford and Merriam-Webster had some antique rap beef, bro. Then they should settle it in the fucking court, in the basketball court. Apricot? I say apricot. Now is it like in one of his videos I watched? I brought up this topic on a stream like a few weeks ago, and I was like, is it butt naked or buck naked? And you guys had your own special little debate about it. Even though I had just watched a video about it like the night before. I just wanted to know what you guys thought. If it was butt naked or buck naked, you know? Just say apricot like you're from Massachusetts. How does people from Massachusetts say apricot? I'm going to be honest, I have no idea. I don't think I know anybody from Massachusetts. I say butt naked. Buck naked makes no fucking sense. Butt naked is like your butt is out. People in my state say buck naked, but I say butt naked. I say butt as well. Buck naked is like a country thing. It's got to be like a country thing. Pull up. There's a poll. Vote now. If you vote for, listen, there's no one voting for Buck Naked because no one wants to be outed as a fucking redneck. Buck Naked comes from Skin Bucks. Maybe. Guys, can I confess something to you? I've played probably about 20 hours of Skyrim in the past 3 days. I've been on a kick recently. I haven't played it in so long. I never had the anniversary edition until just now. Why? I don't know. I don't know. I was on Skyrim like 2 a.m. yesterday. Yeah, and the day before that. What class are you playing? I've always been a stealth archer, but this time I'm trying to be a mage. This time I'm trying to be mage. And I'm doing pretty well. Today I actually finished up my College of Winterhold stuff. I'm now the Archmage of the College of Winterhold. So I'm trying to play a little differently. Because like Skyrim forces you to be a stealth archer because it's so easily OP. Like the skill tree for archery and stealth is so easy to like fucking 40x your damage on anything. Congrats on getting in college. I finally got into college! I'm now the Archmage of the College of Winterhold. I refused to go stealth archer. I went full on great axe, that's cool too. It's fun to give it a different angle, you know? Now I still have a nice bow and I have, you know, I've increased like some stealth things, but like I'm like kind of fully speccing into like magic stuff, you know? Butt Naked wins. Only one person voted Buck Naked, and I'm sorry. Battle Mage is fun. Heavy armor, single-handed mace, and destruction spells. I'm going one-handed weapons like swords, but still light armor. I don't really like heavy armor. Don't have any mods, so yes. Bree, make sure you cancel your Vortex subscription. I don't know if you did that. Downloading mods for Skyrim is like existing in a hellscape nowadays. I don't know if you guys have seen or tried to like use Vortex mod loader, or like it's Nexus is now Vortex. If you don't pay like $1 bazillion to download your mods, you're going to be spending 10 years downloading them and installing them. Whereas back in the day, you just had the Steam Workshop. That is not the fucking case anymore. Also, so many sex mods. Like, endless. Big booby Lydia. Fucking, wow. Look at Skyrim mods nowadays. I honestly question peeps. Yeah, I just downloaded a mod pack that gave it like more modern graphics. And that's it. Bree and I, you know, we tried to get some sexy Lydia mod packs, but a lot of them didn't work. Skyrim pairing was as good as Oblivion pairing. I can probably use shields in Skyrim. Shields are fun. But everything else, though, about Skyrim feels so much better than Oblivion. That one guy with the foreskin potions? What the fuck are the foreskin potions? What? I only have one mod installed at the moment and just turns everyone into Argonians? What the fuck, Scavenger? You're like, I need everybody to be reptiles. You know, that's actually on brand for you. Having the merger is more common in American and English than it is to not have it. Wait, I'm fucking lost on that now. Oh, wait. The caught merger? I'll be honest, I don't know what the fuck that is. I guess I'll do push-ups and get a rack to become a sex mod. Oh my god, Fank. Jeez, that's not what the fuck I mean. Not Twitch mods, Skyrim game mods. Fucking sex mods, holy shit. Hang on, I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, I just had to watch something. I already have a rack. I just need a PC. I already have a rack and a PC, and here I am with nothing. I don't pronounce cot and cot the same, or bought and bought. You don't pronounce cot and cot the same? Cot and cot. Cot. As in, I'm gonna go sleep on... I got caught sleeping on a cot. I got caught sleeping on a cot. Caught. Oh, you probably say like... Caught. And caught. Caught and caught. Caught and caught. My mind's blowing right now. I never even realized it was a fucking thing. Whoa. Chat, what do you say? Put it below. Caught or caught? Caught or caught? Caught or caught? Caught. I caught this fish while sleeping on my cot. I slept on my cot and then caught some fish. Wait, hang on. Caught. I slept on my cot and then caught some fish. So I do say it differently. Hang on. I slept on a cot, I slept on a cot and then caught some fish. A cot and a cot. I've been speaking this language for 25 years and I never noticed this. Caught. I caught some fish while sitting on a cot. I caught some fish on my cot. See you later, Divatron. Really do pronounce them exactly. I was sitting on a cot and caught some fish. I like how I named this stream Getting the Greatest Trade Deals and we haven't played Minecraft yet. We haven't even played all of our daily games yet. I caught some fish. I don't have to do shit. We're already 2 hours in. I can keep fucking talking. As long as you guys are talking, I'm talking. What? Wait, are there other words that are like that? Listen, you know what people fucking get on me about? Is fucking beg. Beg. I have a bag of groceries. Make a new bingo tourney? Oh yeah, you're right. I gotta do that. I got a bag of groceries. Motherfuckers never get off my back for how I say beg. And I'm the only fucking person. Even my captions use the wrong beg. I'm going to beg for some bags. I need to beg for some bags. Fuck. How do you pronounce roof? I say roof. How do you guys say bag? Like a bag of groceries. A bag of groceries. Bog? Beg. Pronouncing ask as axe is actually just as correct. Wait, that's crazy as fuck. Ask and axe. I disagree. Beg. I'm begging for some bags while eating bagels. Yeah, also, if you pronounce ask as axe, you're wrong. The car in front of me spontaneously caught on fire at 4 a.m. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the hell? Something bad happened. Something bad happened then. Something terrible happened. Someone didn't replace their oil. Post specs in Discord? Oh, I want to see this. my god! Rip! That's fucking crazy!
That time you're driving.
Sorry, I'm doxing your voice right now.
And somebody's car catches on fire?
Hell yeah. Everyone was okay? I would hope so. Get out the fuck out of your car. Threaded the needle and crashed. I've done that a couple times. I'm still alive. I've never actually been in a crazy car accident, FR. People who would pronounce espresso. Yeah, whatever, bro. I don't give a fucking how you pronounce espresso. TBH. Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god! Jenny, what the fuck is this video you just sent? Holy fuck! Oh my god! Fucking Ring doorbell footage from hell! Did I hear the doorbell notification go off? Like a dong dong. The only casualties were the family. Wait, was there a family of snowmen that got plowed out of the fucking front yard? One flip, two flips, third flip hits the house. Holy fuck, dude, that's straight out of GTA. Damn, bro. There's a picture. I saw the picture. Let me pull that up. Oh my god, I see the snowmen! No! Bro, and this box is still just sitting in the back seat of the car. Type shit. Type shit. Oh my lord. Bro, it doesn't look like there's that much damage to the house either. He got a crazy fine though. Yeah, you gotta be going so you're in like a residential neighborhood and you're going fast enough to flip 3 fucking times into a house? That one pillar of the trunk was against. Yeah, that's fucking insane. How nuts. Wow. The snowmen just slightly deflated underneath them. Yeah. How fucking silly. Well, well, well. We haven't done our game duel today. We've done our game duel today. Keywords. Birds, cards, and habitats. What fucking game is birds, cards, and habitats? Angry Birds? Sanctuary, hand-drawn, and ornithology. B-boy! Thank you for the 100 bits. Where the fuck is my alerts?
B-boy, thank you for the 100 bits. Here we go.
Void58 gave 100 bits.
Thanks, people.
Can we do the character and stuff too? Probably, yeah. Yeah. Just got my milker. Where's yours? What do you mean you're milkers? What fucking game is about ornithology? A bird game? A hand-drawn game about birds. Bird Simulator. I literally just tried Angry Birds. You literally weren't even fucking paying attention. Angry Birds 2. Yeah, right. Yeah. That has a lot to do with fucking ornithology, doesn't it? Bird Facts, Bird Songs, and Dice Tower. Dude, I have no fucking idea! I've never heard of a bird game in my life. I'm done. I give up. What game character is this? The answer was stupid. Yeah, I'm not doing it. That's Dante from Dante's Inferno. Dante Alighieri. Oh, nice. Great stuff, guys. Cover art. Dragon Age 2. Nope. Bro, what the fuck is this shit? What is that? Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. Dewey pulling out the fucking what? Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. What the hell? You guys are smart. What? Whatever, man. Artwork. Is that like from Borderlands or something? Borderlands. Looks like a drag from Destiny. You know, you're probably right. Lostgamer.io / wait, what is that? Destiny. It's not Destiny. You're stupid. GTA 5 GeoGuessr? Oh my god, I have to try that in a moment. What the fuck is this concept art from? Definitely a sci-fi game. Is it Destiny 2? Oh wait, it'll tell us. Oh god. It's Castlevania's 40th anniversary this year? A new mainline game? Thank bingo! Type shit. Congrats. I've never played Castlevania in my life. Hit game Anthem by BioWare? Are you for real? No, you're wrong. You're wrong again, Miss World. You're wrong again. I don't think we're making this. You're literally a fail mod. Failed mod. The fuck is this, bro? Hit was a stretch? Wait, it says Musiu. Oh, that's probably the artist. That's the name of the artist who drew it. Bro, I don't fuck. Is this like Titanfall, maybe? Nope. Robot race head variations concept. A race of robots. Bro, I can't do it. What the fuck is Kenshi, bro? Hello? Yeah, okay. Sure. I kind of fuck with this little strange little MMO. Alright, the final one is the game guesser. Let's guess. First person to list a game is the first guess. 3, 2, 1. First game. Guess a game. Any game. Any game. Say any game. Just say any game. No restrictions. Half-Life. Sorry, Noah was first. Half-Life. It is older than 1998. Has one of these things. Multiplayer, single player. Way older than 98. It might be shooter, adventure, puzzle. Might be Linux, PS2, Mac, and PC. Might be science fiction, thriller, action, warfare, horror. Okay. Any game is not the name of a fucking game, Fank. Terrible guess, not helpful. Who the fuck guessed that? Type shit. Let's say Call of Duty. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Even newer! Fuck! Okay, it's not a shooter. And it's older than 07. It's newer than 07. A lot newer. It's gonna be on... Yes, more recent than 2007. And it's not a shooter. Baldur's Gate 3. Hey! Action fantasy! Between 07 and 2023. Lemon!
Lemon16 gifted 1 subscriptions.
Thank you, Lemon, for giving us sub to Miss World. Action fantasy. Isometric bird view. Thank you so much, Lemon. Dragon Age Inquisition. God damn, when was this game made? See, Dragon Age is open world, so it doesn't count. It's only action fantasy. And it's isometric bird view. I guess Dragon Age has third-person elements. I don't know these kinds of games. I don't have this ball knowledge. Yeah, Breath of the Wild won't work. Yeah, it's like gonna be top down. Baldur's Gate's like the closest thing we got. It's similar to Baldur's Gate, but it's in between 2014 and 2023. Action fantasy. Civ? Yeah, but what Civ game? Also, wouldn't Civ also be a simulator? Oh, wait, simulator could be here. Sid Meier's Civilization 7. That came out in 2025. Diablo 3? Diablo 3. Bro! What the hell? Derb!
Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came, many of them came numerous
Derba
times.
subscribed to your
Channel. Come, everybody's coming. Thank you, Derb, for the 15 bits, and thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate you. There's a hype train coming. Oh my god. I'm so red right now. My screen's got too much red on it. Thank you, Derb. Derb's even coming. Derb came. Fank's dad is here. Welcome in, Derb. Fank's father. A mod founder. I don't know a lot of top-down games. Me neither. Also, Diablo 3 came out in 2012. It's newer than 2014, but older than 2025. Yellow means it could have one of those options, yeah. When did Path of Exile come out? Path of Exile 2 would probably be the Path of Exile 2. 2024! Fuck! So it's closer to 2014 than it is to 2024. Heroes of the Storm. How the fuck do you spell heroes? Heroes of Heroes of the Storm. Let's go. A hype train just started. No one did anything to start the hype train. Twitch was like, you know what? Here's a pity train. I mean, Fank did a resub in bits, but like, it was like, fucking hype train incoming, and then it just started. No. Right perspective. Get it! Thank you, Gudik, for the John Gibbs. And B-Boy, thank you for the 100 bits. The pity gift? Thanks, Gudik. I appreciate it. What were the themes? The themes are fantasy and action. We have... The only things we know for sure are it's fantasy, action, and isometric bird view. Helldivers is not isometric bird view, unfortunately. I don't think Helldivers is too new. It's above 2015. What's the point of this game? To figure out what game we're talking about by process of elimination. We only have 2 more guesses. What the fuck? I guess Path of Exile 2. When did the first Path of Exile... No, it's in the wrong franchise in Sega. And Sega? Saga. I guess Path of Exile, and it wasn't it. Damn, this is... Action, fantasy, isometric bird view. And it's not a Blizzard game. Can you do specific WoW release, or does it count as one game? World of Warcraft. I can looks like I can do just separate. Oh, it's WoW is Blizzard. Okay. Okay. Not a Blizzard game. Yeah, WoW is just third person. It's not isometric. Yeah. We don't even know the fucking year, bro. We just know it's between 2018 and 2019. Deltarune Chapter 1. Deltarune. Single player only. That's good. Single player only. Deltarune's too new. Pillars of Eternity. We have one more guess, Miss World. If you're wrong, you're unmodded. The first one or the second? We'll go with the first one. No! What the fuck is... Wait, it was Pillars of Eternity 2! Miss World, I asked you if it was the fucking first one or the second one! And you didn't fucking say anything! Miss World. You didn't tell me that it was the second one. Anyways, we have a hype train. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. I was still thinking. Me too. I was still thinking. Has anyone thought of what this bird game is? What game? What's the bird game? Anyone know the bird game? I just got a neighborhood alert. Anyone smell smoke in the air? Fucking idiot. Watch the news. You're not gonna like it? There's no way it's Flappy Bird. What was that loud boom? Dice Tower Wingspan's a board game. Maybe it can be a board game. Wingspan. All right, Fank was right. Great job, guys. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. Thank Gudic for the gift subs and B-Boy for the 100 biddies. Derb for the resub and Lemon for the gift sub. Appreciate it. So, Derb, you weren't right about Angry Birds. I already guessed Angry Birds twice. We need a just chatting bingo. Dude, I don't know how often I'm going to do only just chatting. I mean, I would love to do it a lot, but I don't know. See how it goes. But I'm Fank and Fank is me. Wait, you're right, though. You're right. I forgot about that. I've never heard of Wingspan. Never heard of Wingspan in my life. I'm going to be honest. Oh, Noah sent a GTA 5... A GTA 5 GeoGuessr. Send that link again, Noah. I lost it. My chat doesn't go up that far anymore. Instagram, I'm supposed to play I literally can't play GTA 6. I don't own a fucking console. I can't play it for like ever. Okay, this is downtown fucking Los Santos, bro. There's the observatory right there. We're down the hill from the observatory. Oh no, that's the stadium. Where's the observatory? Here's the observatory. Cross the way here. This is almost too easy. Do we have a timer? No, we don't even have a timer. There's the observatory. We're down the hill from the observatory. I have few years to get one, I know, and I really don't want to just buy a PS5 just to play fucking Grand Theft Auto. Fuck it, I'm just putting it here, I don't care. Damn, it's even farther? Fuck me. I'm not buying GTA 6, not gonna lie. I mean, I'll fucking wait for it to come out on PC. Where the fuck is this, man? Bro, I don't know where the fuck this is. By the docks down here. It's like, right here. I'm a GTA 6. Oh, so fucking close. GTA 6 haters, it's $100. Is it actually $100? It's not launching on PC? No, it's not launching on PC. Fucking GTA... That shit does never launches on fucking PC, bro. It always takes them forever. And so, which sucks, because, like... Depends on the edition. The everything version is $100. You see that's normal, y'all. Special editions have existed forever. Locking content already in the game behind $20 paywall. Okay, well that's pretty stupid. But also, like, special editions have been a thing forever, is my point. Somewhere over here. Oh, the wrong fucking side of the city. It's been so long since, like, the game has been, like, announced and stuff that, yeah, it's hard to care anymore. Because, like, I've still been living my life just fine, even without GTA 5 existing. So it's like, why the fuck do I care? You know how much I spend on COD season passes? Derb, you are the problem. Holy shit. Do you really spend that much money on COD season passes? Oh my god. Side missions, activities, cosmetic stores, mod shops, vehicles, gun variants, etc. Everything's about... Really? That's fucking crazy. I meant spent. Oh, okay, I was like, you still spend money on COD season passes? Isn't that the FIB headquarters? That's like over here. I'm an idiot. No, it's not. Yeah, I sucked ass at that. I've played a lot of GTA 5 in my day. I've never streamed it. I don't really care to, honestly. There are shops in GTA 6 that you can only look/drive by if... Wait, really? That's crazy as fuck. I like GTA Online a lot. It's cool and all. The thing I hate about GTA is how long it takes to load into anything, and like how long it takes to get into a fucking lobby with your friends. It always takes 100,000 fucking years. It's such a fucking slog. Standing on the shore. The same with Red Dead 2. Wasn't as drastic as GTA 6. I mean, I feel like anything they do nowadays is like, it's just going to be a higher evolved version of like the usual scamming that game developers, like that huge game developers have been doing for a while now. Like, they're publicly traded companies. Their main goal is to please investors, shareholders. So, Simon is still alive. Congratulations, Simon. Congratulations. A lot has happened. We've talked for 2.5 hours. We had a level 4 hype train. Yeah, pretty big deal. Pretty good stuff, actually. I'm just now loading up Minecraft. You guys ready to see the Mojang emblem on my face? Hardcore? Oh yeah. We'll play a little bit of hardcore. Let me change my category. Oh yeah, bingo my tourney week. You're right. We have to make a new bingo tournament week. As if you couldn't get any redder, we get even more red. This summer, we're turning red. Oh my god, I'm turning red! Bingo 18 in remembrance of Oliver Tree Hot Girl Summer. We started that one over a month ago. We'll end that. End tournament. We're so Bing back. Bingo 19. We're so Bing back. We're so Bing back. I'm bing backing. Minecraft. Throating. Oh yeah, we're trying to get this the cat. Oh my gosh. Yes. I'm suffering so hard now. I'm sorry, Devin. It's gotta suck. Y'all can't do shit. Come here, kitty. Come here, kitty. Yes. It took one fish. We have a fucking cat now. Come here, baby. Want to have a free thunderstorms force me to be on mobile? No, I'm okay, Simon. You can have it. Lightning and the thunder, thunder, thunder. Feel the thunder. Oh my gosh, guys. Have you seen that video of Dan from Imagine Dragons singing that song and his dick's flopping everywhere? Please tell me y'all fucking saw that video and it was not just me. I gotta pull that up. That shit. I don't know when I fucking saw that. What do I even Google? To find the video of Dan, I think Reynolds is his name, with his cock flapping? It was on Twitter. This is news to me. He was like dancing up on stage, singing thunder for the thunder. But he was in basketball shorts and it was fucking going. I'll find it. Okay, I'm finding clips from the same show where I cannot find the fucking video. God damn it. Wiki Race was fun as fuck, it was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh. Snap your fingers. Do the step. You can do it all by yourself. Well, fuck, what's your name? Let me talk to you, let me buy you a drink. You know me. Lil Wayne. T-Pain. Sorry. T-Pain is my coworker on Twitch. We in the bed like, ooh, 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 ooh. I talk back. Oh, chains. Behave. I need to get another zombie to bring up here. Hello, kitty. Why can't I? Oh, could I not open the chest because the cat was sitting on top of it? Ooh, ooh, ooh. What was the thing? It wasn't a fermented spider eye. I need a spider eye too. We also needed where did I put that book that I got? Right here. Nope. Oh, I never ended up buying the book. I just ended up doing the paper trade to lock in that trade. Okay. So we need we need motherfucking another zombie. We need to kidnap another zombie. Is my cat gonna? I really don't want my cat to follow me around. It seems unsafe, if you ask me. Hello, guys. Hello, hello. Oh yeah, my fucking librarian. He ran away. So we need a better trade deal. So we can infect this guy again, right? We should probably do that. We just need to figure out a way to get this guy specifically. Why are y'all following me? We need to get this guy specifically isolated again. If I wasn't shackled to the desk in the basement. Okay, Fank. Whatever, man. Whatever, bro. Sir, we need to get you back into your approved housing unit. Okay? You need to get back into your approved housing unit. Thank you. Well, that was easier than I thought it would be. Can I just, like, suffocate him for, like, 1 second? Yes, I can. Okay. Cool. Sir, you are not allowed to leave your fucking establishment. You are infected with the zombie infection. Okay? You are not allowed in here. Actually, I'm gonna leave this here. No, 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 no! Close the fucking door! Jesus Christ! He has the Rona. Yes, he has the Rona. You stay where the fuck you are, Buster! Jesus! Stop! Stop. Oh my good lord. Alright, I'm gonna reverse this door. Put the door the right way. Okay. You're supposed to be in bed. Where's your bed? Where's your bed? That's not your bed! There was a plenty fine bed in here. Okay, fine. We can do it the hard way. We can do it the hard way. I'm about to do some comic book shit to this guy. They want to be cozy? That's too bad. It's too bad. Bro's about to get... Oh my fucking god. Come on, go. Alright. We put this underneath of him, and then we break his bed. And then we break his bed. Stop. Stop. Get in the fucking hole. Ace went to the other bed! You know, I got him in the fucking cart just fine earlier. Holy shit. Dude! Oh my god. It's not sleep time. Get the f- Listen, buddy. You're gonna listen to me, okay? I'm gonna infect you with the zombie virus. Okay, I did it once, and I'll do it again. You know what? Yeah. Yes! Okay. Stay the fuck in there. I just felt Thel's wet nose walk past my feet. Your bed right here is perfectly fine, sir. Stop! What is wrong with your bed? Sir! He's gonna suffocate in the wall and die. I'm keeping him in that cart. Jesus fucking Christ. What the hell? Okay. Listen, that's not a fucking me problem. Okay? This guy's a fool. I put this bed back down here. Okay. Hey, Thel. What's up, Bubba? Funny man. Hey, guys, update. Thel's ears do not work today. Thel did tell me, he did say, though, 500 gift subs and he will get his hearing back. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how it works. Oh my god, I'm gonna use the last of my iron to make another fucking minecart. Did you give him his eardrops? If you don't, every day he loses his hearing. That's true. It's true. It's true. Thel needs his eardrops. Thel actually doesn't have eardrops, fun fact. He just can't hear. There's not really much you can do about it. He's just a little guy. And he doesn't need to hear. The world is too loud for him. He gets scared just by looking at things. Where are the zombies at? Means I forgot his eardrops for years. Oh, hey, Bubba. Hey, bad timing for you to come down here, but yeah, I want to say hi to you too. Oh, I hear zombies. Yes! No, stop! No! God damn, that was a big push. Holy shit. Boom. Got him. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Except the fucking spider. What's hitting me? The zombie's hitting me. The zombie's hitting me. There goes my cart. See you later, bitch! Flying hacks, flying hacks. Streamer uses flying hacks. Okay. Hey, buddy, I got a surprise for you. Ow! Okay. Where did my cart go? These guys are freaking out. I just need to go to push this zombie into the fucking... No. There we go. Hurt the villager! What are you doing? You guys just buddies? What's going on here? He's made peace? They're oomphs. Sir. There you go. What is this? What is this? Kill him! What are you doing? What are you just looking at him? What do you mean? I'll give you privacy, maybe? He's still aggroed onto me? Well, guess what? I'm not there. There we go. Okay, now he's a zombie. She's touching my redstone till I creeper. You're damn right. Okay, zombie. You gotta go, man. You gotta go. You gotta go. Hell yeah. Ember, you got a sub. Let's fucking go. Might be from Gudik earlier. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop! Why did they run up here? Sir, you're gonna have to run out of the room. Run out of the room, sir. Sir, run out of the room. Thank you. Fuck. Oh my lord. Jesus Christ. We have to destroy the lectern and make it again now. Wait, will destroying the lectern make this guy get rid of his trade deal? Will this guy keep his trade deal? I would hope he doesn't become a... Fucking Christ. Stop! 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 The trader stays as it was before it was zombified as long as you locked in the trade. I did lock in the trade. I just don't want that guy to be a librarian tied to this fucking thing. Okay, is anyone gonna come fucking running up here trying to get a job? Like, what the fuck? Dude said, I'm gonna run into a fucking room with a live zombie in it. Just because I want a job. The job market's that bad, isn't it? There's a lot going on, Spooky, okay? Okay, lectern's just gone. The lectern's just gone. It's just gone. I right-clicked, and it's gone. Vanished. What the fuck? Hey, Zox. If you relog, it'll come back. Oh my god, you're right. Holy shit, no, you're a genius. Okay, got it. Okay. Gynobologist. Okay. Guys, please don't look in there. There's no need. There's no need. Yeah, the game did not like walking into it. I need to go get my potion of weakness. Do I give him a golden apple first and then do the potion on him, or do I do the potion first and then golden apple? Or does it matter? What did I do last time? Didn't I just throw this at him? And then I gave him this? Yeah. Now I have the weakness effect. Alright, now he just needs to transform again. Now we're gonna get an even better trade deal. And this is for Prot 4. Glassdoor tried to recommend me a position at the FBI today. Oh my god. That's crazy, bro. Half the jobs on Indeed are like CIA agent, 230,000 a year salary. Like ICE agent, yeah, I mean, if you're a real fucking hog and a fucking pig and a fucking loser, you can go work for ICE. If you really want to live that fucking hog lifestyle. You want to go LARP as a fucking US military veteran. They want me as an FBI special agent. They do. They need someone like you, Miss World, because you're unsuspecting. Is there a zombie pig man? What am I hearing? Why is there a zombie piglin here? I don't even live near the fucking border. Yeah, it doesn't matter, Miss World. You don't need to live near the border for that. They just need to round up anyone who's brown. Hello? Sir? Hey, buddy. Hey, what are you doing here? Can you maybe, like, go back through the portal? Are you gonna go down there and kill my family? Should I just kill him so he doesn't do anything crazy? I might just have to kill him. He won't do nothing? He's friend-shaped? Make him a cell? He'll just despawn. Yeah, he's like, I'm not going in that shit. Oh, perfect. No. Keep going over there. There you go. This is just for our protection. This is for our protection. Yes, I know. You're walking around a facility full of villagers with a sword. Okay? I'm the only one who can do that. Is this guy alive yet? He is. I know, your friend's alive. Please leave him be. Leave him alone. Did it go from 20 emeralds to 19, chat? Just a quick question. Just a quick question. Did it go from 20 emeralds to 19? That says 44 to 19. No. His trade before was 20 and 1 book. His trade did not get better the second time. Yeah, the original discount was 20, so now the discount's 19. No. He only wants 1 book. We tried this yesterday. 1 emerald was not enough. He wants 19 emeralds and 1 book. This is my second time infecting him. This guy's a fucking chud. Maybe we just deal with our 19 emerald discount. What's this book for? This is for Prot 4. It's not for mending. Prot 4, we kind of need it to be cheap because we're going to apply it to every single piece of armor we have. So, ideally, we only need to get it like 4 times. But that's still a lot of emeralds. I was expecting his price to go down when infecting him again, but it did not. Get a fletching villager and trade sticks for emeralds. Well, I plan on doing paper trades. With the sugarcane farm. That I just enjoy doing that more than sticks. If you put it on diamond armor, it will return when you upgrade to netherite. That's good. So we just need it on boots, leggings, chest plate, and helmet. So we only need to buy it 4 times. Because ideally, once we have mending, we'll have our 1 piece of armor for like till the end of time. If you grow bamboo, you can get a ton of sticks. I guess. Do we think is bamboo better than? You should get max time before netherite. Yeah, definitely. That's the plan. Should we not do sugarcane farm and bamboo is better? Okay. My meta is from before bamboo existed, so. Okay, we'll do that then. Hello, Sleep Thief. Hello. Okay, we'll do that then. I would need these fucking hostile mobs to go the fuck away. Like this, whatever spider I'm hearing is so fucking annoying. Same farm, but swap the crop. Yeah, with pistons and whatnot. I can do that. Just grows faster. Bamboo doesn't need water, you're right. Dude, holy shit. Yeah, we can make a crazy fucking bamboo farm. Sorry, I'm texting. Bamboo is also good for infinite wood because it's easy bamboo planks. Oh, I didn't think about that. If you use an auto crafter, you can turn them right into sticks. Wait, if you use a gold dandelion, your cat will stay a baby cat? Really? What the fuck? I didn't know any of that stuff. Okay. I think this guy doesn't have any light in here. You don't fucking deserve light. I infected you twice. Okay, well maybe we get a Fletcher. We get a Fletcher and infect him for a crazy good stick trade. The only thing we need for another infection is golden apple. So we need gold. We also need iron, so we just need to go mining. We haven't gone mining too much with our new awesome pickaxe. Found a deep dark mine shaft on accident last night. I dug a tunnel under my netherite strip mine yesterday for a portal highway. The cave farm, my first portal was a deep dark mine shaft full of emerald ore veins and enchantment books. God damn, dude. What the fuck? I've also never heard of cave farming. Okay, let's bring our food and stuff. Don't really need to bring my elytra. Or that. I'm gonna bring cobblestone. To build with, I don't need shears. Don't need that. I need this. Don't need that. Don't need that or that or that or that. I know I'm filling this chest with junk. Get over it. Okay. Do I have a water bucket? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take that. Another portal highway at another bedrock level. I dig 200 blocks, make a portal, repeat. It's good for finding cave systems. I guess you're right. That's actually a pretty good idea. Dude, we have so many fucking chickens in here now. They're so annoying. Oh my god, look at all these eggs! We just need to turn this into an automated chicken farm. A lava chicken farm. Listen. You'll know it's too many when it starts like entity overloading and they start dying. Oh my god. Lava chicken. Steve's lava chicken. Now you're banging them here. Ooh, mama did the bad head about here. Reopened my hardcore after like 6 months, and my chicken farm had broken, and there were chickens all over the land. Oh my god. 23 emeralds, goddamn. I mean, I have a feeling we're gonna walk out of a mining trip with a pretty decent amount of shit because we have our fucking fortune pick, so that'd be pretty swagger. We've also kind of like mined the fuck out of the area around us, so maybe we go mining around the stronghold. We use our nether portal to get over to that area. Our little nether highway. 364 stacks of emeralds? God damn, dude. Should we do a subscriber Minecraft server? Think that'd be awesome. I think that'd be cool. Can't play because I'm Bedrock with Streamslab. I mean, there's ways to get Bedrock players to be able to play on Java. Bert knows how to do it. I would just have to ask him how. So there's plugins. Yeah. Working on my PS5. Yeah, any Bedrock can play on a Java server with the right plugins. Want to do proximity chat? Then I don't even know. I mean, I'm not really worried about proximity chat, to keep it a buck. Sounds like too much to moderate. No, it's exclamation point street. Okay. Oh, I just started digging down over here. Every chat the Minecraft server goes to a mod log Discord. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's pretty cool. I don't know if does Major have his Minecraft server set for only like tier 2 and 3 subs? I don't know if that's something I would do, but I mean, I kind of consider. I just want there to be more reasons for people to be tier 2 and 3. I know Twitch is about to implement them being able to send gifts, but like, one, I like, yes, money's good, and two, it's an incentive for people to feel good about having tier 2 and 3. Like the people who are already tier 2 and 3, like I would hope that they feel like it's worth it or something. But also people who tier 2 and tier 3 subscribe just kind of do it in the kindness of their heart at the moment. So I don't know. Would you mod the server? No, I would just do vanilla. Modded is too complicated if you're doing a public server. I genuinely don't think mods are that important to Minecraft nowadays. Trying to get everyone on the same page about how to install Minecraft mods is just not something I care to do. Just, I don't know. It makes a lot of people feel stupid, and it's just not fair. How are the cats? My cats? My IRL cats? They're good. They're doing good. They're going good. I think they just probably sleeping right now or looking out the window. They're not down here in this window right now, though. I need some wood. I need to make torches. Be nice to see everyone's bases. I know, it's, I don't know. It'd be cool to, like, I don't know. I like, for live streaming purposes, playing hardcore. I also have always wanted to do, like, a multiplayer hardcore experience. But I also know not everyone's as, like, fucking sweaty of a gamer as me. I just like permadeath experiences in games. But, like, I would feel bad if someone just, you know, never got to play again if they died, you know? But, like, I just very much, I don't know, I'm a fucking huge DayZ fan. So, like, I like games where there's just immense punishment around dying. Like, you will spend a month on this one character and then you end up dying just, like, if you do one thing fucking wrong. And, like, that's just a part of the enjoyment of the game. Start playing Hunger Games? Yeah. I play Skyrim permadeath only nowadays. That's actually so fucking cool. Bree is playing their Skyrim playthrough because we're kind of playing at the same time. We both got the urge to play Skyrim at the same time. They started a game on survival mode. Is literally my favorite game. It's my second highest played game. It is my highest played game. I mean, technically Arma is, but most of my hours on Arma are from DayZ mod. I have literally probably about 5,000 hours on DayZ. I've just really, I only streamed it like forever ago when I was a baby streamer. Hardcore server with a difficult revive plugin. Wait, that's crazy. Are there revive plugins? Arma 3 was my YouTube fixation in high school. That's actually fucking crazy. Yeah, if you look at my Steam, still to this day, no, I don't think I'll ever have anything beat Arma 3 in playtime. Currently, Soviet Womble. Yeah, Soviet Womble just uploaded a new video the other day of a game he hasn't played in forever. I forget, but he just uploaded the other day, and I watched it. I love Soviet Womble. Oh yeah, no. If I locked it to only tier 2 and 3 subs, and I wouldn't do hardcore like that. Absolutely not. Fucking, you pay to have access to a hardcore to a server, and then you can't even access it because you died. I have 3,100 hours on Steam DayZ. I don't know about console, and 4,100 on console. Wait, wait, Conan. What the fuck is Conan? Space Engineers is fun too. I've never played it. Conan Exiles. Oh, I've never even heard of it. I mean, I think I've heard of it, but like, I know absolutely nothing about it. Dude, why is the fucking thunder striking? It's like Ark, but barbarian. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. I would love Space Engineers. Well, because we're big Kerblers out here. Kerbal was honestly such a fun little moment we had on stream. We had such a good time playing KSP here. I was playing Minecraft and my cow turned into sheep. What the fuck did you do, Christian? That sounds like it's your fault. Diamonds. Lets you build your own ship, like with Minecraft block style buildings, and it requires a lot of information on how shipbuilding works. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't know, I really I really enjoy DayZ because of its permadeath thing. I think that's why I enjoy hardcore Minecraft so much. And permadeath, I just think, I mean, it's hardly, that's not even like the simulator side of it that is like the coolest thing about it, in my opinion. I just like there being stakes, and I want to feel bad. I seriously, I played DayZ for like, I've been playing that game for so long. Like, I was literally like 12 years old, 12 and 13 years old when I started playing it. So like right when the mod came out in 2013 and 2012, I was playing it. Like, I was so young that I would cry when I died and lost all my loot. I was that fucking attached to it. And that's just, I think that's the silliest thing ever. A game can make you feel that fucking intense about like losing your stuff or like getting into a firefight and shit like that. It's so neat. Even with hardcore Minecraft, you know, you get attached to a world. You have all your pets in it, you have your house in it and all that. It's so cool. Playing DayZ in high school and getting home to hear we'd been robbed by half our group. Yeah. It was always something, man. I mean, I'd be playing that shit for like 12 hours a day. I didn't even think about having followers in Skyrim permadeath. Bro, whenever the fuck Lydia dies, get out of my face, motherfucker. I gotta reload my save. Who else is gonna carry all my fucking dragon scales when Lydia dies? And Lydia always dies because she walks in front of my fucking fire blast, bro. I don't think I have it in me to play anything permadeath. Bro. It's just kind of, I don't know, I'm just built like that. Lydia will not stay out of the fucking way, bro. The RuneScape Iron Man challenge in Skyrim, so I don't do merchants or looting. I hunt and gather everything. Oh, that's pretty fucking sick. We got a massive fucking Skyrim nerd out here. Bro, that's like fucking, as we've been playing Skyrim, Bree and I recently, anytime I've had a question, I've asked them about it and they just immediately know the answer. Like very specific information about Skyrim. And I'm just like, holy shit. Bro is absolutely like a Wikipedia, like the Skyrim Wikipedia. Like not even just like lore stuff, but just like the game, like where things are, who people are, how you get some specific quest. Wait, like, is the world blowing up outside? Like, I'm trying to fucking speak Minecraft and I have the world's fucking largest thunderstorm outside. Jesus Christ. I've only played Skyrim once and it was back when I wasn't very good at video games and I got very overwhelmed. You gotta try it again, man. You gotta try it again, man. The only time I've ever not been able to play games wasn't very good was like, I mean, I had to have been like a toddler. Like when Oblivion first came out, I couldn't play it because it came out when I was 6. But when Skyrim came out and when I was 11, that shit was gas. We played Oblivion for a little bit on here, Miss World. I have a save on Oblivion that I played on stream for a few times when I was just like so fucking unbelievably depressed after getting broken up with. I just started fucking playing Oblivion on stream. Oblivion is my favorite game ever. I think honestly Skyrim does everything Oblivion does better. Skyrim has just such better gameplay in my opinion. I hate repairing shit. Oh my god. Batter, yeah. Batter. Yeah, definitely what I meant to say. The complex RPG mechanics? Yeah, but dude, like, it does have more complex RPG mechanics. I'll give you that, but that just doesn't mean it's better gameplay. I hate repairing shit. It's the worst part of Fallout 3 as well. Fond memories of watching X and his roommates play various games in Oblivion. One of them was Oblivion. My oldest brother played Oblivion a lot. I remember watching him play quite a bit. And so when Skyrim came out, it was a pretty big deal for us. Fallout 3 does it poorly, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, it does it worse than fucking Oblivion, for sure. I never played Dead Space. Zach played Dead Space, though. Yeah, Fallout 3 making you have a duplicate item to repair it with is fucking bonkers, dude. Okay, we have, I think 38 gold's enough to make a golden apple, right? Don't think we need any more than that. I'm a notorious game watcher, bro. I'm just not. Like, that's why I think I'm so insecure about only ever doing video game streaming, is because I just do not watch video game streaming. Or video game playing at all. I'm very much let me play it. When's the Asmongold collab stream? Bro, when I'm rotting in fucking hell. Oh my good lord. Right when he's perched up next to Adolf Hitler in hell, and I'm live streaming live from the fucking pearly gates. I drove by a landfill on the road trip last week! We made our mom play the free game from Chex Cereal. Oh my god, dude. Shout out the fucking... Remember when cereal boxes had things inside of them? Do they do that anymore? Not the full fucking gold armor zombie getting burned to death. I don't mod, you should. I think the people who mod for someone like that are just as terrible as the streamer themselves. Hot based. Hot based. Asmongold's a fucking chud. Does he only stream on Kick nowadays? Is this a sulfur thing? Sulfur cube! Oh my god. What am I supposed to do with him? Do I kill him? What do I do with you? Throw it a block? What the hell? Okay. Can I take it out of him? Oh my god, I can!
Noah's worked.
I put him in a bucket!
Your channel for 26 months.
Thank you, Noah, for 26 months. I'm taking him in my bucket. What, Fank? What the fuck are you saying, Fank? Literally, my fucking... That's 9 months in a row. Bro can't read. Also, Noah is my fucking family, bro. That's fucking weird. We're not in Alabama. hasn't stopped you DMing your bro. Oh my fucking god, Fank. I don't know what you use the new cubes for, but I have one in a bucket. I don't know what to do with him, but I'm stealing him. And I'm taking him home. Third cousins can marry in Kentucky. That's crazy. Well, we are direct cousins, so. Put a slime block in the sulfur cube in a 1x1 tunnel with iron bars to the floor. You can catch a boat by lead and use it as a piston to push the cube and make a zip line. Okay. Well, that's certainly a use for it. Is there anything useful, though? Oh, faster than an ice highway. God damn. Well, that's pretty cool. What the fuck is this shit, bro? Get out of my face. Everyone with blue eyes can be traced to the same common ancestor? Probably. I'm related to y'all. Alright, we got 15 more diamonds. W. 44 diamonds. Sulfur cube. Got a sulfur guy in here. Make a cushion highway. Oh yeah, aren't cushions about to be added to the game? Okay, I'm turning off fucking mob noises again. Jesus Christ. People in PvP servers use redstone, planes, and TNT to turn sulfur cubes into bombs? God damn, bro. That's like the engineers in Halo. The Covenant turning some nice, innocent, cute guys, some cute alien guys into bombs. Justice for my Halo engineers. Magma blocks give them a burn aura, and you can make fire-free food farms? What? Oh, like they burn stuff without there being fire. Oh, that's pretty cool. Instead of having a lava chicken farm, you can have a slime thing. Yeah. Lava chicken without the lava. Lava chicken. Steve's lava chicken to behind the hell. Ooh, mama seated, now you're ringing the bell. I cannot have not been able to see bingo this whole time. Nobody's won bingo, or this is a new card or something. I have no idea. I don't want my chicken cooked over sulfur. Doesn't sulfur smell like poop ass? Is this how you make a gold apple? It is. Okay. Let's make another zombie villager. Zombie villager. Ooh, zombie villager. Zombie villager. Ooh, zombie villager. Zombie villager. Gonna need my mine carts back. Get my potion of weakness. Minecart? Where'd my other minecart go? Oh, I think my other minecart's just somewhere along the mine track. I'm gonna be honest. So you get nausea when it's on a solar pole in the game? Oh, okay. Got going too fast on a boat on ice and nearly crashed my game? Oh my god. I've never done like a ice highway on a boat before. You motherfucker! Get down here! What is with these villagers pathfinding? Low Kirkenuanly. You know what? Where the fuck did he— what are you doing? You're my next zombie victim. Go. 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 You're my next zombie victim. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Where are you going? You're gonna go to hell! You just went to hell! He's gone. He's gone. What the fuck is that all about? I mean, what the hell? The fuck can you do? Can we talk about how, if someone clips that, we now have a clip of a villager running away from me and jumping off a cliff and committing suicide, and now we have a clip of a fucking villager running away from me and then fucking running away to hell. You guys need to have sex. We're down one. We're down one. Yep. A loneliness epidemic. Okay, I'm gonna trap you, bro. No, 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 no. Okay, I'm trapping you. I'm trapping you. Yeah, you heard me. I'm trapping you. Yeah, I'm trapping you, bitch. Fuck, I'm out of blocks. No. Okay, I'm trapping you. Okay, so here's our next victim. All right, we're gonna bring him a zombie. Jesus Christ. Okay. Hey, Piglin. It's like I traded my villager. He went to hell and I got somebody from hell. Even trade. The give and take here. Let's go find our fucking minecart. Oh, it's right there. I see it. And we need to capture a zombie. No, 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 no. Jesus Christ. All right, now we wait for the nighttime. Thank you, Miss World, for clipping it. We now have villager escapes to hell, and then villager commits suicide. All right. Now we wait for the sun to set. Which it's almost sunset. Okay. Let's go ahead and go ahead and get a cart down. And another cart. Actually, this is gonna end up poorly if I already put that one down. We just need a zombie to walk into here. We've done it a billion times now without any problems. This has never caused a single problem once. I think I gotta edit a compilation now of all the times villagers have killed themselves to run away from me. It's only twice, but the fact that it's enough for a compilation is concerning. Villager breeding rage compilation. Yeah. Some just like that. Get the crescent moon. 30 minutes minimum. Mr. Boombastic. Alright, we got a zombie right over here. Just gotta take this skeleton out. I don't appreciate the amount at which these giant camel riding motherfuckers appear. Like, how is that fair? Alright, you're a piece of shit. Why? Why? They expect you to be on horseback? Well, I'm not! And also, that's a holy shit, does so much damage! Woo! I'm building so I can hide! There's nowhere to hide in the fucking desert! Fortnite has movement tech. Fuck off. Cranking 90s. Exactly. What the fuck is this horse shit? Gotcha, you fucking rat. What the fuck? Yeah, camel shit, not horse shit. Can that zombie follow me, please? Hello? Are you a zombie? You are. Come here, please. Come here. Right over here, buddy. Right over here. Come here. Come here. Walk into it, you motherfucker! He just stopped in front of it! Got you, bitch! He's on the way! Jesus Christ. He high key might die when he suffocates when he gets up there. I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Okay, it's a husk. It does the same thing. If I would have died in my hardcore Minecraft world while Mr. Boombastic was playing, I would have probably fucking ended my life. Where's the baby going? Why is the baby going in these places? Stay in there. Can you cure husks? Yeah. We've used a husk for every single one of these. I did not mean to punch you, villager. Just stop running in front of my fucking fists. I didn't punch him, he ran in front of my fist. Please, go somewhere else! Please! You heard them and they raised prices? No shit! Break the fucking cart! Okay. Don't go looking for me, motherfucker. Look at him panic. Look at him panic in there. Defenseless. You see what happens? You see what happens, guys? See what happens when you fucking don't listen to me? Okay. Alright, we can now bring this guy back to life. I just need to kill the zombie. Somehow. Got him. Okay. Now we hit him with the potion. Potion. Golden apple. Boom! Boom! Transform that guy. And then we get the greatest trade deals from him. Wait, isn't this guy a cartographer? How do we make him lose his job? Where's the cartography board? How is he employed? Are we fucked? To have broken the one at the village? I probably have to go to the village and break it then. Yeah, I have to just go to the village and break all the cartography boards. It's crazy. Okay, well let's go to that. I don't know how the fuck he's still linked to it. We're 5,000 miles away. Did your boots break? My boots did break, yeah. Good morning, sunshines. I'm gonna go destroy all the jobs in the village. Check out my $800 Minecraft cape, guys. Which, by the way, got that one from TwitchCon Europe. Just saying. I love our fun little roller coaster we got going here. Really doesn't go that fast. You really think with all those powered rails, it'd maybe go a little bit faster. But like the minecarts seem to have a max speed that isn't very fast. I mean, it's faster than walking, that's for sure. Damn, that guy's standing on top of the fucking tower. Okay. Where's this guy's cartography board? Who's got it? It's not that house. So, I mean, it's gonna be one of the houses I stole somebody from, right? This, right here. Wait, we should probably wait until he's a human, until he's a real guy first, because maybe if we break it while he's dead, he won't change. And he'll be stuck as a fucking cartographer. And I bet he didn't turn back into a fucking human because we're fucking 500 light years away. And the fucking track is broken right here? Hello? I know his variant won't change as a zombie, so I have to wait until he's back as a normal villager before I break that. Because when he comes back, he'll just still be stuck as a cartographer? Question mark? Or he'll come back as a villager with no job. It's not very clear as to what's going to happen here. So I'd rather just make sure. Should've just brought my fucking elytra and get there fucking 10 times quicker. Should be able to change him if you break his linked workstation. Okay. I'm going back. I mean, if anything, I just make another zombie villager. It's not that hard, it just takes a bit of time. Taking fun roller coaster rides. God damn, this shit just insta fucking breaks my shit. Okay, let's break this shit. An axe probably would have been preferable here. It's definitely that, because we stole somebody from that house. And I think we only stole like 2 people from here. And one was from here, and one was from the cartographer's house. I think the cartographer was the first guy we stole. Okay. Let's go. Back to our mountain. Back to Throat Mountain. I mean, if this save is called Throat, is that not Throat Mountain? Consider that. Think about it. Serial kidnapper recounts his victims. Okay. That's crazy. They're not victims if they're living in very nice, sustainable, cozy housing in which I perform science experiments on them, in which I turn them from human to zombie multiple times. Think about that. I know villagers aren't humans, okay? It's just Just a figure of speech. Sir, could you please transform? Keep that in mind, Science Rhymes playing 2 times. All I know. Watch time flies, the pendulum swings. So, hey Phil. He's been sitting up here on this windowsill looking at me for like an hour now. You rubbing your head against the wall? You scratching your head on the corner? My cats are literally the cutest fucking things alive. Hey, Bubba. Come here. Come here. He can't hear me. Come here. I like waving my hands quickly is what gets his attention. And he just starts staring at me. Oh, hey, buddy. He's unemployed now. Let's go. All right. Let's get the greatest trade deal from him. Let's go grab a lectern. And let's do something crazy with him. Do some crazy style with him. The end. Oh wait, wasn't I gonna get I was gonna get a stick trader, right? I high-key kind of feel like I should get a mending book guy first before I just get a stick trader guy. I mean, it doesn't really matter what order I do it. TBH, and I've already got the lectern stuff, so let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get an axe. Give me something crazy style, bro. Give me something crazy style. Give me some crazy trade deals. Don't come out here. Don't come out here. No, sir. Go into here. Oh, hey, coal. Damn. Hang on, sir. I'll make your new bedroom in a moment. Oh, hey, he willingly walked into here with me. Hello, sir. I need you to be employed. 1 emerald for respiration 1. Yeah, you're a fucking joker, buddy. $19 paper for 1 emerald. You're a joker, buddy. Come on. Come on. Frostwalker 2. Rep 3 would have been good. Yeah, but it was respiration 1 though. Quick charge? Yeah, get out of here. Nope. Mending on like the fucking 5th try! Woo! Baby! Oh, baby! We've got the mender! Go back in there, bitch! Go back in there, buddy! Thank you! I gotta get 19 paper stat, bud. Oh, fuck yeah! Oh my god! Holy fuck! Let's fucking go! This is fucking fantastic news, guys. Holy shit. 6 paper. Let's grab our elytry and go get some more sugar cane. Go get some more sugar cane. Now we can do whatever the fuck we want. We got mending, motherfucker. Woo, baby. We do kind of still need an XP farm now that we have mending, but that's later us. What kind of XP farm do we make, guys? Do we make an Enderman XP farm like I did on the World with JoJo? It's kind of a risky XP farm, but it's very effective. At least it's the most effective one that I know how to make, which I don't know how to do much. I mine gold nuggets and quartz in the nether for mending XP. Yeah, but that requires mining in the nether, though. Also not much of a farm. Okay. This is exactly what we wanted, guys. Holy shit. Paper. Paper. We're getting paper. We already have 13 emeralds, too. Shit. All right. Hey, buddy. Let me get you a bed. Let me get you a bed, homie. Home slice. Before I let you sleep, though, you gotta give me this deal, brother. You got to give me this deal. That's just enough for a mending book, too. Has Phil ever experienced snow? He has. He has. He blends in with it. Okay. Let's go get a book and get our first fucking mending book, huh? Fuck yeah, bud. 19 fucking emeralds for fucking mending? Fuck yeah. And reinfecting him doesn't seem like it'll do shit because we infected that guy twice and he changed his fucking price by 1. We just need a book. Peekaboo. Hey, Minty Meek. How are you? Oh wait, do I still need one more emerald? Trying to stay awake fixing servers? Oh god. That sounds like a fucking... Sounds like a job. That might actually just be your job. My personal server. I was just talking about to get up a Minecraft server here for the stream. A second ago. Oh, fuck, my boy's asleep. God damn it. Bro got put into ad jail instantly. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, my boy. Damn it, I don't have enough emeralds to do that. Oh, fucking well. Oh, fucking well. It was 19 emeralds. I have 18. I'm a fucking idiot. And I ain't got enough paper. That's okay. We have it locked in. I am gonna end, though. We're 4 hours in. I think that was fine. Minty Meek 07 just got here, and I'm ending because they just got here. Save and quit the title. That was great. That was great. We did 2 hours of yapping and 2 hours of Minecraft. How about that? W stream. W stream. W stream. Got to see Last of Us? That's good. Hell yeah. I'm glad you got to see some of it, Cricket. Chaos. It's good to see you guys. I don't know if anyone won bingo. My card is not showing anything. Minty Meek, I'm so sorry that I'm ending stream right as you join, but I've been live for over 4 hours now. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm not ending my stream because you just got here and I don't want to provide you entertainment while you're fixing your server. Trust me, I do. But it's been a long day. Anyways. I appreciate you guys being here. Ending stream just because I joined. Okay, just because all of you guys just joined. Okay, that's exactly what happened. Minty Meek joined. Fiona just joined, so I'm getting off now. Okay. Wait for just a second. I'm waiting. Guys, check your bingo cards, by the way. Check your bingo cards, by the way. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. You can't get off, that's against TOS. Okay, that's not what I mean. Me! What the fuck? Thank you!
Mintymeek07 subscribed to your
What the
channel
hell?
for 1 month.
Thank you, I fucking appreciate it. God damn. Well, let me send you guys somewhere nice to hang out while you finish your night or your day or your noon, whatever time zone you're in. It doesn't matter to me, man. I'm just glad that you were here. Love the energy. Thank you, Meek. We pretty much try and stream like as often as I can. So we're usually around. We're gonna raid Major though. If you guys would like to go talk to Major, go hang out with him, friend of the channel, friend of the family. Looks like me from an alternate universe. Thank you guys for being here. Whether for the first time or the last time, we shared this moment. And I'm grateful for this. Have I slept? I never sleep. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.